You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. That's the signpost up ahead. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
How much is this?
Shall I wrap it up for you, ma'am?
I got all my Christmas shopping done.
I need one more present for Uncle Fred.
Could you put a big red ribbon on that?
Ma, where is he?
He'll be here, Tommy.
How long?
Just a few more minutes.
I don't believe it. He's never coming.
Excuse me.
Yes, madam?
Are you the manager?
Indeed I am. Mr. Dundee at your service.
Well, I have a question for you.
Gift wrapping? The customer service counter is downstairs on the first floor.
No, not there.
Oh, a special Christmas item. I'm sure we can find something. What exactly were you...
Listen to me, Mr. Dundee. See this sign?
What about it?
What does it say?
Santa will return at 6 o'clock.
It's almost 6:30.
Oh, yes. Well, you see...
And my boy's been waiting all year to see him. We can't stand in line forever.
I'll look into it, madam. Perhaps Santa has been detained. You know, so many presents to wrap up at the North Pole. I'm sure the boy understands.
You don't know my boy. Listen up, Dundee. If the guy in the red suit doesn't show in 5 minutes, we're going to another department store.
Oh, really? That won't be necessary.
I want to talk to Santa.
How now, son?
Where is he?
Bartender, pour me another one, will you?
Coming right up. Hey, Corwin.
Yeah,
See the clock on the wall?
what about it?
You told me to tell you when it was 6:30? Well, it's 6:30.
That's exactly what it is. 6:30 on the dot.
So what happens now? You turn into a reindeer?
Would that was so. One more, my good man.
That's 5 drinks. No, 6. And a sandwich. You owe me, Santa.
Relax. I've got your money right here. Say, will you look at that?
Where?
Those two at the window. Little boy and little girl. Sad faces, don't you think?
Yeah, they peek in here, they see Santa getting plastered. Real nice. Go on, shoot!
That's not what's eating them.
What is it then?
They know there isn't really a Santa Claus.
No kidding.
Why do you suppose that is?
How's that?
Don't you ever wonder why there isn't a real one? For kids, I mean.
What am I, a philosopher? You know what your trouble is, Corwin? You let that stupid red suit go to your head. Here's your change.
I'll flip you for it. Double or nothing.
What do you think this is, Atlantic City? Come on, eat your sandwich and get out of here.
I've had enough to eat.
Where's my drink?
I'm coming.
Oh, ouch.
And keep your fingers out of the till.
All right. Can't you take a joke?
I catch you doing that one more time, I'm gonna break both your arms up to your shoulder blades. Now go on, get out of here.
What's going on?
Nothing, just Santa trying to hoist the joint. What's that for?
Your tip, my good man. Take it easy now. Ooh, snow's pretty slippery. Whoa! I better sit down for a minute.
Mr. Santa?
Huh?
I want a baby carriage and a dolly and a playhouse and a job for my daddy.
What?
And I want a gun and a set of play soldiers and a big turkey for Christmas dinner.
You don't think... Oh, you poor kids. Don't you get it? I can't help you. I can't even...
That's okay. We can wait. We always wait for Santa Claus.
This is Mr. Henry Corwin, normally unemployed, who once a year takes the lead role in a uniquely American institution, that of the department store Santa Claus, in a road company version of The Night Before Christmas. But in just a moment, Mr. Henry Corwin, ersatz Santa Claus, will enter a strange kind of North Pole, which is one part the wondrous spirit of Christmas and one part the magic that can only be found in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Night of the Meek, starring Chris McDonald, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Where is he?
This is so inconsiderate.
Here he comes, finally.
Will you look at that?
Why, he can hardly stand up.
Oh, it's disgraceful.
There you are.
Hello, boys and girls. Ho, ho, ho.
Corwin, you're an hour late.
I am?
1 hour and 9 minutes, to be exact.
Can you beat that?
Now, I advise you to get up on your throne without further ado.
I'm going.
And refrain from disillusioning these children any further.
All right. I'm going.
By showing them that not only isn't there a Santa Claus, but the one in this store happens to be a wino who'd be more at home playing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
I take your point, Mr. Dundee. Stand aside. Saint Nick is back on the job.
Go ahead, climb up on his lap. He won't hurt you, will you, Santa? You won't hurt my little boy. Go on, you tell him.
What's your name, lad?
Percival.
You're putting me on.
Percival Smithers. The third. My dad's name was Percival Smithers. My grandfather's name was Percival Smithers.
Oh, I get it. Well, I guess that's not your fault. So, what would you like for Christmas, young Percival?
A new front name.
That's a good one. A real good one. I gotta remember it.
Hey, Ma?
Yes, dear?
I smell something funny.
You do?
Yeah. And I know what it is, too. The same as Dad. Santa Claus is loaded.
Leave my boy alone.
Lady, I never laid a glove on a kid.
Oh, you've got some nerve drinking on the job.
Madam, I am mortally ashamed.
You should be. Come along, Percival. I hope this won't scar you for life.
Is there some trouble here?
Trouble? No, there's no trouble, except that this is the last time I trade in this store. It seems you hire your Santa Clauses out of a gutter.
Hey, who are you referring to?
Drunken sot. Come on, Percival.
Some Santa Claus? You don't even look like him.
Mr. Dundee, that lady's got a problem.
All right, everyone back to work. Back to your positions. And you, as for you, Mr. Kris Kringle of the lower depths, since we are only a few hours from closing, it is my distinct pleasure to inform you that there is no further need for your questionable services. You've had it. Now get out of here.
It'll be my pleasure.
Pick up your pay downstairs. Oh, and one more piece of advice.
I'm all ears.
Get that moth-eaten red suit back to where you rented it before you really tie one on and destroy it for good and all, you drunk.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Dundee. As to my drinking, it is indefensible. You have my abject apologies.
Don't waste your breath. That just doesn't cut it with me anymore.
But I have feelings, you know? Plain old human feelings, same as anybody. And I find of late that I have very little choice in the matter of how I express my emotions. I can either drink or I can weep. And drinking is so much more subtle.
Will you please leave?
But as to my alleged insubordination, I assure you I was not rude to that woman. Someone should remind her that Christmas isn't just barging up and down department store aisles and pushing people out of the way.
Or when I'm warning you.
Someone should tell her that Christmas is something quite different from that. It's richer and finer and truer, and it should come with patience and love and charity, compassion. That's what I would have told her, had she given me the chance.
My, how philosophical, Mr. Corwin. Perhaps, as your parting words, you can tell us how we go about living up to those grand Yule standards which you have so graciously laid out for us.
I don't know how. I wouldn't know how to explain it, especially to you. All I know is that I am an aging, purposeless relic of another time and place. A different way of life. And now, I don't know how it happened, but One day I woke up and found myself living in a dirty rooming house on a street that's filled with hungry kids and shabby, scared people. Good people. Where the only thing to come down the chimney on Christmas Eve or any other day of the year is more poverty.
Keep your voice down.
And if you must know, another reason I drink is so that when I walk up and down the tenements, I can think to myself just for a little while that they really are the North Pole, and the children are elves, and I'm really Santa Claus, bringing a bag of beautiful things for all of them. Every last one.
That's enough out of you.
I wish, Mr. Dundee, on just one Christmas, only one, that I could see some of the hopeless ones, the dreamless ones. On just one Christmas, I'd like to see the meek really inherit the earth. So that's why I drink, Mr. Dundee, and that's why I weep.
Who is that guy?
Never heard anyone talk to Mr. Dundee like that.
I never heard anybody talk like that.
What the heck is that? Sleigh bells? Yeah, sure it is. Better get home and sober up. Could have sworn I heard... Who's there? In the alley. Stop hiding behind those garbage cans. What are you afraid of? Come out so I can see you. Oh, give a start there, kitty. I gotta get sober. Look at the mess you've made. All right, I'll clean it up. Put the cans back in the bag. Lift it up. Put it back where it belongs. Wait a minute. What's in this bag, anyway? Oh, I don't believe it. It can't be. It flat out can't.
Excuse me, sister. Is this the Delancey Street Mission House?
It is.
Could I get something to eat, sister?
Will you take a seat with the others? Have yourself a nice cup of coffee.
Oh, sure.
Dinner will be served after the sermon.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, sister. God bless you.
Have a seat.
At least the coffee's hot.
Sit down and take a load off.
The sermon ain't so bad.
No, it don't take long.
Here's a chair.
Don't mind if I do.
All right, what is this all about? You, the noise, the commotion, you. What is the idea of barging in and disrupting our Christmas Eve?
Begging your pardon, Sister Florence. I ain't touched a drop since last Thursday, and that's the gospel truth. But I swear to you right now...
You mustn't swear.
On account I seen him with my own eyes. He's coming.
Who?
Him.
Him?
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Oh, I thank you for the thought.
He's coming up the street heading this way, and he's giving everybody their heart's desire.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Santa Claus?
Are you kidding me?
Pour yourself a cup of coffee. Black.
Merry Christmas!
I told you, sister, it's him.
Now, what'll be your pleasure this year, gentlemen? How about you?
Me?
Yes, sirree.
Well, I'd sort of like to have a new pipe.
Ha ha! Let me take a look at my bag. Here you go. A new meerschaum. How's that?
Oh, thank you. Thank you kindly.
How about you?
A woolen sweater?
A woolen sweater you shall have. Size?
Who cares?
Here you go. Next.
Some new shoes?
How about some pipe tobacco?
A carton of cigarettes?
Another sweater, maybe?
Slippers.
A smoking jacket.
Where did you get all these gifts?
Sister Florence, don't ask me to explain because I can't. I'm as much in the dark as anybody else. All I know is that I've got a bag here that gives everybody just what they want for Christmas. As long as it's putting out. Let's see here. What do you need? How about a new dress, sister? All wrapped up with a pretty ribbon for you.
Well, we'll see about that.
Don't you want your present?
Let's open it for her.
Well, looky, an evening gown.
And it's strapless.
There he is. There he is. That's the man.
What's your name?
Henry Corwin, officer. At least it was Henry Corwin. Maybe now it's Mr. S. Claus or Kris Kringle. I don't know anymore.
You're drunk, Corwin. Is that it?
Naturally, I'm drunk. I'm drunk with the spirit of the Yule. I'm intoxicated with the wonder that is Christmas Eve. I'm inebriated with joy and with delight. Yes, officer, I am quite indubitably drunk.
All right, hold on there. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. You can begin by handing over that bag of yours right now.
Wait a minute. You got no call.
The bag, or I'm placing you under arrest.
You can't arrest Santa Claus.
I sure can. And I can arrest every one of you. So let's have that bag, or we're all going down to the station house. You hard of hearing?
I'm sure we can settle this.
Yes, we can, Corwin. And in a hurry. I'd like to see just one little thing.
And that would be?
Show me the receipt for all this stuff. Right now.
The receipt?
You heard me. Of course you've got a receipt.
Well, go on, Henry. Show it to the policeman.
Sure, you got one, ain't you?
I'm afraid that's the one thing I don't have in this bag.
Sister Florence.
Yes, officer.
Collect all the stolen goods.
What stolen goods?
Put them in a pile over there. I'll see that they get claimed after I find out where he took the stuff from.
Gladly.
Come along, Santa.
But you don't understand.
Move.
I want to report a missing person.
Yes, ma'am. Fill out a report.
Do I get a phone call? After you see the judge, now sit down.
Can you take these handcuffs off?
Ah, here we are. And here he is.
And there you are, Mr. Dundee.
Sit down, Corwin.
And there that is. All the goods you've stolen.
How nice to see you again.
And how nice it will be to see you, my wistful St. Nicholas, going up the river. Do you suppose he could get as much as 10 years, Officer Flaherty?
10 years?
Don't look good, Corwin. Of course, they might lop off a few months if he was to tell us where the rest of the loot is stashed.
The rest of it? You think there's a storehouse of some kind where I go to replenish it?
Well, ain't there?
Why, he may have been looting and pilfering for years. Now I understand. That's why he takes this job every December.
He's been giving away stuff for 2.5 hours. Must have a whole warehouse full of it.
I'm glad you brought that up, officer. There's a little discrepancy here.
Little discrepancy? Is that what you call it?
Between this bag and what came out of it, did anybody see me go somewhere to fill it up? Because if they did, they're lying or deluded.
All right, you speak when you're spoken to, Corwin.
I'm just trying to clear this up.
Listen, you moth-eaten Robin Hood. The wholesale theft of thousands of dollars worth of goods is not a simple discrepancy. I wondered where my inventory went, and now I know. Let's take a look in the bag, shall we?
You go right ahead, sir.
Be my guest.
Though I can tell you right now, Corwin, that this whole affair has come as no surprise to me. I perceived that criminal glint in your eyes the very moment I saw you. I'm not a student of human nature for nothing. I've personally spotted hundreds of shoplifters in my store over the years.
I'll bet you'd try it, if you're any good at it.
Quiet.
And I can tell you that you fit the profile to a T.
Then why did you hire me in the first place?
An act of Christian charity on my part. I try and I try to do for you people.
What people?
And this is the thanks I get.
Maybe if you tried hard enough, I wouldn't need a bag like this.
All right, enough already. Mr. Dundee, you go ahead and you check in the bag. Believe it or not, I got other cases to handle here tonight.
It will be a pleasure to achieve satisfaction. To catch him red-handed, as it were.
Well, suit yourself, Mr. Dundee. Go ahead. Reach right in.
Who let that cat in here?
It was in the bag under all this...
We'll be adding cruelty to animals to the charges now.
Under what? Coffee grounds and empty tin cans? Looks like garbage to me, wouldn't you agree?
He must have switched it. Where's the real bag?
Mr. Dundee, you seem to have, put your finger on the problem. All your fingers, it looks like. Messy, isn't it?
Yeah, this isn't funny.
No?
Give me something to wipe my hands.
Well, I guess the bag can't seem to make up its mind whether to give out gifts or garbage.
Well, it was giving out gifts when I seen it. Whatever they wanted, Corwin was supplying. And it wasn't trash, neither. It was Christmas presents, toys, all kinds of things. Expensive stuff, believe you me. You might as well admit it, Corwin.
Oh, I admit it.
Well then, there you are.
But I believe the essence of our problem here is that we're dealing with a most unusual bag. One that is both more and less than it seems.
So you are some sort of magician con artist.
A magician? I love those guys. You know, this reminds me of a trick I saw once. Called himself Misto the Magnificent. Used to work down in Coney Island where they had those sideshows. He had a thing called the Never Empty Lotta. You know what a lotta is, officer?
What's your point, Corwin?
A vase, an urn, sort of. And he'd pour out water, glass after glass full, till it was empty. And then he'd pick it up and start all over again. Couldn't figure out how he did it. But this bag here, I guess it's like the Never Empty Lotta. Only thing is, I'm no magician. I wouldn't know how to work it anyway. Whatever's going on, it's out of my hands. Some greater power is at work. I'm just the one who happened to be there at the right time and the right place.
All right, no more talk. I told you I'm a busy man. For now, Corwin, my advice to you is clean up this mess and get out of my police station before I find a reason to book you.
All right. If that's what you want, happy to oblige.
Just like that? You're letting him go?
My hands are tied. There's no evidence.
And you, Officer Flaherty, call yourself a policeman?
Hey, now.
Well, I suppose it's a demanding task to distinguish between a bag full of garbage and an inventory of expensive stolen gifts. Too demanding for a civil servant whose salary is paid by my store's city taxes.
You can believe me, Mr. Dundee. It's just like Corwin says. We must be dealing with something supernatural here.
Oh, in other words, all anyone needs to do is ask this man to make a little abracadabra for them, and no sooner said than done.
I don't know how it works, but I can
tell... Well, go ahead. Prove it.
I told you, I'm no magician.
Well, it seems miracles are the order of the day, aren't they?
Don't go getting sacrilegious.
You want me to drop the charges? Well, let's put him to a little test.
I can't just pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Oh, it's to be a rabbit now, is it? Instead of a cat?
If you'd listen...
Let me see. I fancy... Oh, how about a bottle of cherry brandy? Vintage 1903, if your mystical bag is in the mood to deliver.
1903? That's a good year. A very good year. Try this. I hope you like the gift wrapping. And as for you, Officer Flatter... Well, what? But I guess you two can share the bottle, can't you?
What in heaven's name?
Where did you get this?
Enjoy it, gentlemen. I'll be going now. And to all, a good night.
Well, let me open that package for you.
You go right ahead. No telling what's inside.
Well, would you look at that?
Is it a real bottle?
Looks like one. Feels like it, too.
It is a magic trick. It has to be. The old switcheroo. Either that or I'm dreaming, or I've gone completely mad.
Now, don't that beat all? 1903, just like you said. The card's even made out to you. To Mr. Dundee from Santa. Here you go. You look like you need it, Mr. Dundee.
Give me that. I don't believe it. It's cherry brandy. And a very fine one, I might add.
Just one more thing.
Yeah?
Would you mind terribly much passing the bottle before it's empty?
Funny. The bag isn't that heavy.
There he is! There's Santa!
Come on, he's got presents.
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Merry Christmas!
I want a jacket.
And mittens.
And a train.
Diesel or steam?
No, electric.
And how about you?
I'd like... well...
Go on, say it. What's your heart's desire?
a dolly, please.
And what color hair would you like, darling? Blonde, brunette, red, or what have you?
Anything's okay.
Here you go. Blonde hair, just like you.
Oh, thank you, Santa Claus. I love you.
And a toy for you. And one for you.
What's the matter, Santa?
Yeah, what's wrong?
His bag's getting lighter and lighter.
So, what's wrong with that?
Well, there's so many folks who need things tonight. I'm just worried about what happens if...
If what?
What happens if I run out of presents? There it is. Midnight. Could have guessed it.
Am I the last one?
You are. Last present in this bag.
If someone else needs it.
Go ahead. I got mine already.
Well, if you're sure it's all right.
I don't see anybody else around, do you?
No?
Then here you go, ma'am. It's all yours.
Thank you so much.
I hope it's something you can use, my dear.
Oh, it is a beautiful new blanket to keep out the cold. Thank you so much.
Don't mention it.
Yep, looks like your bag's empty, all right.
That it is.
So, what are you gonna do now?
Oh, I'll go on home, I guess. Nothing left to do.
Good idea.
How about you, old fellow?
Me? I can find lots of good places to sleep tonight, only this time I got these great big old socks you give me to keep me warm.
Hope they fit.
Oh, they're gonna fit just fine. Oh, hey, Santa. Oh, can I call you that?
Well, might as well. One last time. I kind of like it.
I was thinking...
That can be dangerous, my friend.
Well, it just ain't right.
What isn't?
What do you get out of it?
Well, don't worry about me. I have had the best Christmas of anybody, ever.
With nothing for yourself? Not a single thing?
Just the best Christmas since the beginning of time. Their faces, the look in their eyes. Do you know something? I can't think of anything I want. Not a single thing.
Aw, quit joshing me.
I'm serious. When I look around, I think the only thing I ever wanted was to be able to do something like this. To be the biggest gift giver ever, so folks would feel a little bit better, at least for a while. And in a way, I've had that tonight. A real pleasure. I'm just sorry it has to end.
Sure, but you could use something.
Well, if I did have a choice, any choice at all of a gift.
Go on, you're entitled.
I guess I'd wish I could do this every year. Now, that would be some kind of gift, wouldn't it?
Lot of work, though.
It'd be worth it.
That'd sure be something. Oh, you take her easy now.
God bless you, and a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, Santa. Oh, and thanks for the car.
Don't mention it. Whew, am I beat? Now, how'd I get here? That's the alley. Guess I better put the bag back where I found it. What's all this? Looks like somebody's throwing out their Christmas decorations already.
That's no decoration. That's your sled.
Yeah, sure. A sled and a reindeer right here in the alley just for me. Somebody sure made the eyes look real.
He is real.
Yeah, about as real as you are, little fella. Little fella.
We've been waiting for you.
And I suppose you're gonna tell me you're a real elf, too.
I sure am. We've been waiting for you to come back.
Say, where did you rent your costume? I never saw one look that good. Pointed hat, turned up toes.
Costume? I made this myself, by hand.
And the little bells? Must have been a heck of a party. It better be a costume because I haven't had a drink in... Uh-oh. Oh, no.
What's the matter, Santa?
No, not me. You got the wrong guy.
No, I haven't. Did you hear what I said? We've been waiting quite a while, Santa Claus. Better get a move on. We've got a whole year of hard work ahead to get ready for next year. Ready?
Come over here.
Yes, Santa?
Pinch me.
If you say so.
Ow! You didn't have to do it that hard.
Are you ready now?
I don't know.
Come on, get in. There's plenty of room.
Where?
In this sleigh.
You sure you don't have the wrong person?
Oh, Santa, stop joking and get in. We're late.
I don't have to. I could turn around right now and go home.
If you do that, a lot of people would be very sad. Next year,
You wouldn't lie to me.
elves can't lie.
Okay. Move over, Shorty. Now, how do you work these reins?
Good night, Officer Flaherty. Night, Mr. Dundee.
So long, fellas. My regards to everybody in the precinct.
And a Merry Christmas to you both.
Night, boys. See you all in the morning.
Watch yourself out there. It's mighty cold.
Now, don't you worry about me. Tonight, I'm feeling no pain.
Going home now, Mr. Flaherty?
That I am. Going home, Mr. Dundee. Assuming I can find me way.
I'm sure you will. Left foot, right, left, right. Try to walk a straight line to the lamppost.
Where?
Over there. Hang on, I'll hold you up.
And you, Mr. Dundee, home is it?
Home, Mr. Flaherty.
Well, I'll walk you a ways, if you don't mind.
We could stop off for a nightcap.
Well, now there's a pub right around the corner.
That is a thought.
Just a nip, you know. To warm the soul.
For thy stomach and thy infirmities. Isn't that what the good book says?
I do believe it does, Mr. Dundee.
You know something else, officer.
Now, why don't you tell me? That's what friends are for.
That they are.
So go ahead now. Tell me all about it.
Well, sir, this is the most remarkable Christmas I've ever had.
You don't say.
Merry Christmas!
Flaherty, did you see it?
Did you?
I thought I saw something.
What did you see?
No, you first.
Mr. Dundee, I don't think I'd better tell you. You'd report me for drinking on duty.
But you're not on duty.
True.
Go ahead. What did you see?
Mr. Dundee, it was that Corwin fella playing his life in a sleigh with reindeer sitting alongside a
what?
One of his little helpers. So help me. All done up in proper costume. They were riding towards the sky, big as you please.
One question for you.
Yeah?
Did we drink a whole bottle of cherry brandy back in the station house?
Vintage 1903, but only one bottle.
The finest I ever tasted.
So I guess that's about the size of it then, isn't it, Mr. Dundee?
Flaherty, you better come on home with me. We'll make some hot coffee.
Yeah, and pour a little whiskey in it. We call that Irish coffee, you know.
Oh, I do know. And then we'll talk some more about all this. Sort it out.
What is there to say? If a man can't believe his own eyes, what can he believe?
Then, we'll thank God for miracles, Mr. Flaherty.
That we will, Mr. Dundee. That we will.
A word to the wise, to all the children of our times, whether their concern be pediatrics or geriatrics, whether they crawl on hands and knees and wear diapers or walk with cane and comb their beards. There is a wondrous magic to Christmas, and there is a special power reserved for little people. In short, there is nothing mightier than the truly meek. And so, a Merry Christmas to each and all, and to all a good night, from those of us here in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Night of the Meek, starring Chris McDonald, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Turk Muller, Doug James, Peter DeFaria, Peggy Roeder, Adam Tangway, Richard Hensel, Meg Thalken, Lucas Ellman, Zach Gray, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Rick Peoples, and Lauren Patton. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
And finally, boys and girls, I hope you've all been to the school library. We'll begin book reports on Monday. Till then, have a happy Thanksgiving. Walk, please. No running. And button your coats. It's cold outside. Knock, knock. Oh, hi, Lynn. Did you get your car fixed? Not yet. You're kidding. It was supposed to be ready yesterday. Something about a part they had to order. Well, come on. I'll give you a ride home. It's only a few blocks. Don't be silly. You're right on the way. I have to straighten up first. Straighten what? Your classroom looks better than mine. You know, Helen, they have people who come in after we're gone. They're called janitors. I know. You're very kind, really, but I have to... Have to what? Who's that? Where? In the hall. I don't hear anything. That song. Hello? Is someone there? What's the matter? I thought I heard a child. Take a look. All the kids are gone, and we're off for 4 whole days, okay? Now grab your stuff and let's get out of here. We can have a drink if you want. I know a perfect little place. I don't know. I do. Trust me, they have a great happy hour, and you won't believe the men. From the bank and that new office building downtown. You go ahead. I'm fine. Oh, I get it. Hot date tonight, huh? Nothing like that. I have a test to grade. So, you've got till Monday. I know, but maybe some other time. All right, be that way. Get your papers. I'll walk you out. How long has it been now? Since you started teaching? Oh, about a year. 2 next spring. Then don't you think it's time to loosen up? Do something for yourself once in a while. You know what they say, all work and no play. I go out sometimes. Yeah? When? Well, see. It's just that with all the homework and the extra credit... You spend more time on it than they do. You know something? It sounds funny, but I really don't mind. I mean it, Lynn. Kids grow up so fast, they need all the help they can get. They're not the only ones. But they seem so
vulnerable.
Well, maybe they are, but they survive. The bumps and bruises, the sore throats and earaches, it all works out, one way or the other. Look at us.
What?
We made it, didn't we? In spite of everything, we survived.
I guess. Don't ask me how.
I'm parked across the street. Last chance.
Careful, the light's about to change.
Come on, Helen. We don't have to wait for the crossing guard. We're grown-ups, remember?
That man.
What man?
In the car.
Sort of distinguished.
Don't stare.
He's staring at you.
Have you seen him before?
Not around here. I'd remember.
Lynn, do you ever see people and they remind you of someone, but you're not sure who? Someone you might have met once and...
All the time. The trouble is, they don't remember me.
It's just a feeling I get sometimes. Sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'll open your side. Get in.
No, I'll walk.
But it's freezing.
It's all right, honestly. It'll give me a chance to think.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. See ya.
Hey, you have some place to go on Thanksgiving?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Dr. Anderson's.
Doctor, huh? You didn't tell me about him.
He's an old friend of the family.
Well, if it doesn't work out, you can always come over to my place. I'm cooking a really big bird.
Thanks, Lynn.
Call me later.
I will.
November, a wind stirs, leaves blow in the streets, and people move a little bit faster just to get home before dark. To this, add a young woman named Helen Foley, age 28, who has a calling. She believes in helping children, whenever and wherever she can. Taken all together, these are the improbable ingredients of a basic human emotion called fear. And the recipe is almost complete. All that's needed now is the face of a little girl, as perfect as a cameo and as solemn as a sphinx. Because Helen Foley is about to learn the properties of terror. In a few moments, a most unusual child will take her by the hand and lead her on a journey into the Twilight Zone.
And now, the Twilight Zone and our story, Nightmare as a Child, starring Bonnie Somerville, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Hello? Is anybody there? It's all right, sweetheart. You don't have to be afraid.
I'm not.
Well, hi.
Hello.
And how are you?
Fine.
You're new here, aren't you?
What?
Just that I've never seen you before.
You haven't?
Are you visiting? Is that it? Are you visiting someone in the building?
Not exactly.
You aren't very talkative, are you? Not much to say? Actually, that's good. That's very good. It's not wise to talk to strangers.
I don't.
I guess I'm a stranger. But it's all right. I'm kind of an expert on children. Quiet ones and noisy ones. All kinds.
I know.
You do? But how would you know that? I'll bet you don't know that I teach school.
I know all about you.
I see.
I even know what you're going to do.
Do you?
You're going inside. 'Cause this is your apartment.
You're right. It is. Would you like some hot chocolate, honey?
Well...
On cold afternoons when I come back from school, that's the first thing I usually make. A nice cup of hot chocolate.
But no marshmallows.
What?
You don't like marshmallows, do you?
Why, no. As a matter of fact, I've never liked them.
I don't either.
All right, then. Absolutely no marshmallows. Here we are. Aren't you coming in?
If you want me to.
Oh, you really should tell your mother where you are.
Why?
I wouldn't want her to worry.
She won't.
Well, if you're sure, go ahead and sit down. The couch is over by the... Oh, I see you found it. I'll just take off my coat before I put the milk on.
You don't have to hurry.
All right. but I can hardly wait to have that cocoa. It's awfully chilly, don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
So, tell me, are you in school?
In a way.
What grade are you in?
Different ones.
Different?
It depends.
My, you must be very smart then. What brings you to this floor? I mean, if you don't live in the building. Of course, if you do live here.
I came to see someone.
Oh? I thought so. A friend of yours?
Sort of.
What's her name? Maybe I know her.
Maybe you do.
Really? I must say, you've caught my curiosity.
Don't let it get too hot. The milk.
Oh, yes, thank you. It didn't start to boil yet.
Good.
Here we are. I hope I didn't make it too rich.
No, it looks just right.
Careful. It might be hot.
It's fine. I'm glad it isn't too hot. I don't like hot things very much.
I don't blame you. I don't either.
I know. You got burned once.
What?
A long time ago. With hot tea.
How did you know that?
I just do. You still have a scar. Right below your elbow.
But how could you...
When you were a little girl, a pot of tea fell off the stove. You were playing in the kitchen. That's how you got burned.
Is it?
Don't you remember?
Why, no, I didn't remember. Until just now, when you said it. My arm, yes. My arm.
How could you forget that?
There are a lot of things I've forgotten.
What kind of things?
Things that took place when I was a certain age. Seems like a different life now.
Does it?
Something else must have happened to me then, a long time ago. I'm not sure exactly what it was. But there are some things that I'm rather vague about.
I know that too.
How in the world?
I know all about you, remember?
Yes. Yes, I do remember your saying that.
What's the matter?
Nothing, I think I've had enough cocoa for now.
Is that why you're going to the window? To open it? Because you're hot?
I'm not going to open the window, that's ridiculous. It's too cold outside to open the window. In fact, I hear there's a storm coming tonight.
There is.
You know that too, I suppose.
Yes.
What else do you know?
Oh, about people.
Which people?
The ones you see when you're walking.
When I'm walking?
They look familiar to you sometimes.
Now, why ever would you say that?
When you pass them on the street, or see them in a bank, or they walk by you, they look like somebody you used to know, don't they?
Well, once in a while.
But when you try to remember where you saw them, you can't. No matter how hard you try.
I wouldn't say it's quite like that.
Yes, it is. It happens lots of times. Like today.
Today?
Did somebody go by you today who looked familiar?
Why, no.
Really?
It's not very polite to contradict people. I told you, I didn't...
Didn't what?
Nothing.
You just remembered, didn't you?
There was someone.
That's right. Outside the school. You were crossing the street. There was a man in a car.
A man in a car, yes. Stopped for a light. I looked at him through the windshield as I walked past, and then he drove on, but I wondered...
You recognized him?
No, I didn't recognize him. He just looked so...
So familiar to you?
Yes.
He made you frightened, didn't he?
I really don't know what business it is of yours.
But he did. It's okay. He makes me feel that way, too.
You know him?
I don't know his name. He looks familiar, though. Like somebody I saw once, in a dream. And I know he frightens me. Just like he frightens you.
That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Who are you?
I told you.
No, you didn't. Where do you live?
Around here.
What's your name? Don't look away from me. Do you have a name?
Marky. That's not my real name, but that's what people call me. I said it's Marky. Did you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I heard you. Marky. That's a pretty name.
It's my nickname. Is that all you've got to say?
I think it's a very cute name. What more do you want me to say?
I thought it might remind you of something.
Well, it doesn't.
Feeling warm again?
No, I'm not, thank you.
Then why do you have sweat on your forehead?
What? Oh. You're right, it does seem a little warm in here now.
I don't think so. I think it's very comfortable.
No, it's warm. Strange, I haven't turned the heater on yet.
What's that?
I didn't hear anything.
I did.
Oh, that was the front door of the building down below.
What floor is he going to?
How would I know?
He's coming here, to the 5th floor.
Well, we're not the only people on this floor. There are 4 other apartments.
I know, but he's coming to this one.
Is he?
I have to go.
Honey, there's nothing to be afraid of, I promise.
There is. Do you have a back door?
Yes, but...
I'm going now.
Wait, please.
Goodbye. I'll come back later.
Who is it?
Miss Foley. Miss Helen Foley? Miss Foley, do I have the right apartment?
Who is it, please?
It's Peter Selden, Miss Foley. I don't know whether you remember me, but I knew your mother very well.
Who?
That's better.
Mr...
Well, do you remember me now?
Why, you do look familiar.
That's a start.
Didn't I see you?
I thought you looked at me a little oddly. Yes, that's right. In front of the school, I was stopped for a red light.
So you were?
Do you mind if I come in for a moment?
Why, no. Please do.
Thank you.
Won't you sit down, Mr...
Selden.
A friend of my mother's, you say? I'm not sure I...
It's been a lot of years, Miss Foley. Quite a few, indeed. 18 or 19 at the very least.
That long? Then I must have been...
Got you stumped, huh? Well, it's no wonder. As you were just a child then. You couldn't have been more than 10 or 11. But I remember you. See, I used to work for your mother. Peter Selden, her financial consultant. Any bells yet?
I do seem to recall the name.
I'd heard that you... Well, after the tragedy, you were ill for a time. Isn't that right?
Yes. Quite some time.
What were you able to recall?
Pardon?
You said you seemed to recall...
I'm not sure. It was all so terrible.
In that time of recuperation, afterwards... No, I shouldn't bring this up.
No, it's all right.
Well, in all those weeks and months, were you able to recall what it was that... What I mean is, Miss Foley, you drew a blank after that evening. I wondered if it ever came back to you. Any of the details to help with the investigation.
That evening?
The evening of the tragedy, when your poor mother was killed.
I don't know that I...
No, it must be very painful to even think of it. I should apologize.
No, it comes back to me in pieces sometimes. Only vague, disjointed things, that's all. I suffered from shocks.
Trauma, the doctors called it.
And then it took me a while. I was in therapy for a long time. After I got better, I moved to Chicago. I lived with an aunt there.
Yeah, so I'd heard.
I've only been back here for a year or so. I teach elementary school.
Yes, I'd heard that, too. You'll forgive my interest, but I remembered you so well. I always wondered what became of you. Then I was passing through town on business, and, well, someone pointed you out to me, and I just felt I had to stop and say hello.
I'm glad you did, truly.
Your mother was a very special woman.
Yes, she was. You say you worked for her. I still can't quite...
I worked for her almost a year. I handled some of her investments at the time.
Yes, there was someone. Selden, you say?
That's right. But enough of the past. It's wonderful to know that you've grown up the way you have.
I don't know how wonderful it is.
And now you've become a special woman, too, in your own right. Very, very special. As anyone can see. I should have known. It couldn't have been any other way.
Please, Mr. Selden. There's nothing in the least special about me. I live alone. I go to work in the mornings, come home. Nothing at all out of the ordinary, believe me.
On the contrary. I was always quite fond of you. Such a beautiful little girl. Long, golden hair.
All children are beautiful at that age.
Oh, not to such a degree.
Then I'm afraid your memory may be playing tricks on you.
No, I remember it all perfectly. I lived in the same apartment complex. I heard you screaming that night. I was the first one to find her. Miserable. Tragic thing to be attacked like that for no reason. They never found the person who did it, did they?
No, I don't think they did. Though I can't be sure. I'm not sure about anything that went on then. It just sort of left my mind, all of it.
Oh, that's probably a blessing. At least for you.
All I remember is a kind of vague, nightmarish feeling. Waking up in bed, hearing my mother scream, and seeing this person.
You saw his face?
I don't know. I really don't. If I did, it's one of the many things I've forgotten, or at least pushed out of my mind.
Pity for the police. There's no statute of limitations on murder, you know.
The police did all they could under the circumstances. So, tell me, Mr. Selden, are you here for a while?
No. I'm just passing through.
So you said. I forgot. Well, I'm delighted you stopped.
The pleasure's mine.
Excuse me for a second, would you?
Certainly.
Hello?
Helen? Sorry to bother you.
Dr. Anderson, how are you?
Very well. And you, my dear?
Oh, I'm fine. Just a little cold in the apartment is all. They say there's a storm coming.
I don't mean to intrude, but I wanted to remind you about tomorrow night.
Tomorrow?
Thanksgiving dinner. Come as early as you like. And please don't bring a thing. We have more than enough food.
I really should be going.
No, please. I'll be right with you.
You have a visitor?
That's all right. A friend of my mother's.
And who might that be?
Someone who worked with her.
How do you feel about that? Any anxiety?
No, I think I remember him.
You do? You've never mentioned him before?
It's beginning to come back. He worked with her on some things.
We'll talk about this tomorrow. For now, I want you to make note of any associations that come to mind. If you're troubled by any new recollections, call me at once. I'm always available, my child.
Thank you, Doctor. I will. I promise.
Yeah, I've kept you too long. I'll be going now.
I'm sorry. Wouldn't you care for a coffee first or a cup of cocoa?
It looks like you already poured one for yourself. I interrupted you, and now it's gone cold.
This cup? Why, it's not mine. I put mine in the sink. It's...
Something the matter, Miss Foley?
That's odd.
What is?
She'd almost finished her cocoa, or at least I thought she had, but here it sits, untouched. That is odd. But she's a rather odd little thing herself.
You're referring to...
The little girl who was in here, just before you came. Strangest little thing. So solemn, so wise, you might say. That's the only way I can describe her.
Well, I'll say goodbye now.
I must ask her how she does that.
Does what?
Her trick. Sitting there sipping cocoa and leaving a full cup.
Yes, that sounds like a regular magician.
Little Marky, I mean.
Marky?
That's her nickname. She wouldn't tell me her real name. Marky, that's what she calls herself.
You don't say.
Don't you care for the name, Mr. Selden?
Oh, in fact, I like it very much. That was your nickname, Miss Foley, when you were a little girl. They called you Marky.
Marky. Marky. Marky.
Something wrong?
What? Oh, nothing's wrong. Except that it's quite a coincidence. This little thing camping on my doorstep having the same name as I did.
I suppose it is.
Now that's odd, too.
I'm sorry, what is?
The way things are coming back.
Oh?
You're right, I was called Marky. I haven't thought about it in years. But that is what people called me, isn't it?
I'm sure that given time, you'll remember a lot more. Is that what the doctor said?
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, that the memories would come back gradually?
He doesn't know. None of them do.
You're looking a bit pale. Here, perhaps you should sit down.
No, I'm all right. I was just listening. Full of talents, our little Marky.
Well, how do you mean?
Her singing, for one.
Oh, she sang for you.
She's singing now.
I don't hear anything. Has she stopped?
I mean that. Listen.
To what?
Her singing. Can't you hear the singing?
No. I guess you have better ears than I do.
She's stopped now.
Oh, there's something else. It almost slipped my mind.
I'm really surprised you couldn't hear her. It was very plain. What's that?
I thought you might like to have this. It's a snapshot. Yeah, see?
But how?
Look at those golden curls, the eyes. She looks so much like her mother. Wouldn't you agree?
Where did you get this?
Your mother gave it to me a long time ago. So very much like your mother now. Why, when you opened the door and I got a good look at you, I was...
I don't understand.
What, Miss Foley? I'm sorry, what don't you understand?
This. It's a picture of the little girl, the one who came here today. A picture of Marky.
Don't laugh at me, I'm telling you. I'll do something about it. I will.
Get out!
Mommy?
Help me! Please! Help me!
Silence!
Mommy!
Marky? What are you doing sitting out there?
Playing with my doll. Did that man leave yet?
He left some time ago. I must have fallen asleep on the couch. Marky, it's very late.
Is it?
Past your bedtime. Don't you think you should go home now? Your mother will be terribly worried.
No, she won't. She won't be worried at all.
Yes, she will.
I don't have a mother. Not anymore.
You don't have a...
Do you remember now? About Marky? Do you, Helen?
I think I'm beginning to.
And the time you burned your arm with the hot water from the teapot?
Yes. Yes, that too.
You got a nasty burn.
What are you doing?
Showing you my arm. Here's the scar. Just below the elbow.
Let me see that.
The same as on your arm.
Who are you? What's your real name?
You better let go. You're hurting me.
I'll let go, but first I want to know who you are. I want to know where you're from and what your true name is. Tell me. Do you understand? Tell me.
You don't know? You don't have any idea? And you were doing so well, Helen. You were starting to remember things.
What things? Remember what things?
What's that?
Where?
On the coffee table.
I wanted to ask you about this picture. Mr. Selden left it.
Is it familiar?
He said that's supposed to be me. That's supposed to be me when I was a little girl about your age. But it isn't. It isn't me at all. It's you, Marky. And that's impossible, too. How could it be?
And you still don't understand, do you?
Understand what? And that's...
That I'm you, Helen.
And what?
Now,
and that's...
Dan, and do you? I'm you.
What?
Now,
and that's... Talk is...
And do you? I am you.
What?
Now,
and that's...
I'm you when you were you. I'm old you.
What?
Now,
and that's...
Marky when you were you. I lived with your mother in the
and
other apartment. I was asleep in the bed that night. It was so cold. And the man came to visit. And your mother let him in.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. He was arguing with Mother downstairs, and she tried to run away. And she ran upstairs to her room. And the man came after her and caught her. And he choked her. Remember, Helen?
Yes.
He choked her, and then he picked up something heavy, and he hit her on the head, and she fell. And then you screamed. And the man looked down at you. He looked right at you. And you screamed, Helen. You screamed so loud.
The storm.
It was raining that night, too.
The lights, they've gone off. Marky, stay close to me. I'll light a candle. I have one somewhere. Marky? Marky, where are you? Be careful. Who's there?
Take it easy, Helen. It's only me.
Lynn! Oh, God, I thought...
Thought what?
I don't know. I fell asleep on the couch, and I must have been dreaming an awful dream.
I shouldn't have walked in like that, but I heard your voice, and the door was open. You okay?
Oh, come in, please.
I got to thinking about you, over here, alone. I'll bet you haven't eaten. Actually, no, but...
So I thought, I'll stop by, and if you're hungry, we'll order something to go.
You must be soaked.
I got here just in time. Now the power's gone out. It looks like the whole block.
I was looking for a candle. Now, where are those matches?
I've got some. Here.
Great, thanks.
Who were you talking to?
Oh, that was Marky.
Nice name. Where have you got him hidden?
It's a little girl. I want you to meet her. Maybe you can tell me if what she says is... Marky, honey, you can come out now.
I don't see anybody.
She was here, I swear.
It's raining really hard, but we can still order Chinese. They deliver.
Yes. Yes, I'd like that.
Oh, something hot. Sweet and sour, whatever.
What's the number?
I think it's...
Oh, no.
What?
There's no dial tone.
The phone lines must be down.
I'll make us some coffee.
How far's the restaurant?
Just at the corner.
Then I'll go get some stuff.
No, I couldn't let you do that.
Don't worry about it. You have an umbrella, don't you?
Yes, but...
Plus, I've got my car. No problem, honest. I'll get soup and everything. The works.
Then I'm paying. Just let me get my purse. You were too nice, Lynn.
Tell that to my last date.
Here, that should be enough. I'll get the coffee going.
Be back in a flash. I'll get an extra fortune cookie in case your little friend shows up. Where did you say the umbrella...
Behind the door.
Got it.
Don't open it indoors. It's bad luck.
If you say so.
Is she your friend?
Marky!
Her name's Lynn, isn't it?
Where were you, in the other room?
She's nice. Not like that man.
Mr. Selden? You're wrong about him, Marky. He's very nice. He just stopped by to say hello. He's an old friend.
No, he's not. You don't even remember him. But you've seen him before.
I know I have.
Is it coming back yet?
Is what coming back?
The last time you saw him, before today.
I don't know what you're talking about. Now sit down, and I'll make you some fresh hot chocolate.
Hear that? Someone's coming.
She must have forgotten something. Lynn, is that...
Hello again, Miss Foley.
Mr. Selden? What are you...
We didn't quite finish our conversation.
Where's Lynn?
Oh, I wouldn't worry about her.
Why do you say that?
That's just it, Miss Foley. There are things you don't understand. See, we need to talk. In private. I want to bring you up to date. You've been living in ignorance too long.
My friend's coming right back. Any minute now.
I seriously doubt it. At the moment, she's resting quietly in her car outside. I'm sure no one will notice her until tomorrow morning, the earliest.
What are you saying?
I want to impart some knowledge, Miss Foley. Obviously, it's begun to come back to you, in bits and pieces, as you say. I should be the first, don't you think? It's only appropriate, you see, because I was the man in your mother's condo that night. The one who followed her up the stairs to her room. The one you saw, however briefly.
Get out or I'll scream.
Oh, I'm afraid that wouldn't do any good.
There are people in the other apartments.
No, they're all empty. It's Thanksgiving week. Or have you forgotten that too? They're away visiting their families. You're alone on this floor. Quite alone.
Stay away from me.
Oh, I plan to. I'll be long gone and no one will know I was here. Even your doctor friend doesn't know my name. Just as soon as I tell you about how I killed your mother.
But why? Why?
Well, there was some trouble with the books. I pleaded with her to cover for me, but your mother, rest her soul, was a particularly rigid, straight-laced woman, and she was about to inform on me. When she went upstairs to the bedroom, I had to follow her. If only you had stayed in your room. I would have gone after you next, but your screams brought people there, and I had to get out in a hurry. It wasn't until later that I learned you had no recollection of who you saw. You blacked out the entire incident. Don't worry about the candle. I can see you in the lightning. There you are.
Let me go!
You haven't been neglected all these years, Helen. I've kept tabs on you. Chicago, college, then here. I knew there'd come a day when the pieces would finally fit together, and you'd start to remember. That's why I came back. I had to come back. to take care of unfinished business. You're the only person who knows exactly how your mother died.
What are you going to do?
Oh, a simple fall, I should think. It was dark, you tripped on the stairs. Only that much more believable with the power outage. Come on, come with me, Helen. We're going out onto the landing. No, don't look down. It'll be easier that way.
No! No!
Here. Oh, what a kick you have there. Now, don't bother to run. There's only one way down.
Help me! Somebody please help me!
Come along, Helen. You know I'll find you, even in a darkened hallway.
You keep away from her.
Well. Who do we have here?
Don't you know?
That voice.
I'll light the candle so you can see.
That's not possible. Come here, you little wretch.
Marky, look out! The stairs!
Yes, the stairs. One more step, and up.
Watch out, mister. Wherever I go, you're going with me.
Marky! Marky!
Male, broken neck, 55 years of age. Hey, Fran, want to get a picture of the body?
Sure thing, Lieutenant.
How is she, Doc? Gonna be all right?
I've given her a sedative.
She's a very fortunate woman. If she were any less fortunate, we'd have a homicide victim on our hands. At least that's the way she tells it.
So where's the other one?
Other?
She keeps talking about some kid. Says a little girl fell downstairs with him.
There is no other body. Only the man. Name of Selden, according to his ID.
The child she speaks of. That is her.
What?
A part of her buried deep inside. A memory that finally had to come out. It took the form of herself as a child.
Too weird for me, Doc.
The human imagination itself is weird. But sometimes in a crisis, it could mean the difference between life and death.
Here's her other friend, Lieutenant. Just like she said. Found her in a car half a block down. Somebody slugged her on the head and dumped her inside.
Helen? Where's Helen?
Oh, she's doing okay. Just a couple of bruises. Take it easy, young lady.
I want to see her.
There's plenty of time for that. You're both going to County General to get checked out.
Here's the ambulance now, sir.
Lynn, is that you?
Here. I'm here.
Hello.
Hello, little one.
Where are you going?
Back to work. I was sick for a while, but now I'm better. I have a whole classroom full of kids about your age. They're waiting for me.
Oh, are you a teacher?
Yes, I am. You know something?
What?
You have a lovely smile.
I do?
It's wonderful, truly. Do me a favor? Don't ever lose it.
My dolly has a smile, too. See?
Yes, you both have wonderful smiles.
Bye.
If you're still here later, I'll make us a nice cup of hot chocolate. Would you like that?
Oh, yeah.
Good. I'll see you then. Take care of yourself. Take good care.
Miss Helen Foley, who lived for a time in darkness and woke up from a nightmare, who found a spot on the tapestry of her life and rubbed it clean, then stepped back and got a good look at what she had left behind in the Twilight Zone.
Nightmare as a Child, starring Bonnie Somerville, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Dana Bokor, Roger Mueller, Elizabeth Lido, David Darlow, Roderick Peoples, Doug James, Jeff Lupetin, Linda Ryder, Meg Thalken, and Amanda Amari. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking. Nightmare at 20,000 Feet, starring John Schneider, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Richard Matheson. Heard in the cast were Frenette Lebo, Ann Whitney, Richard Hensel, Meg Thalken, Amber Lake, Roderick Peoples, Roger Mueller, Doug James, Tom McElroy, Jen Patterson, Kurt Nabig, and Carl Amari. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Nurse?
There you are, Mr. Wilson. You ready for some lunch?
Oh, no, thanks. I was just...
Lovely morning, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I thought I'd wait outside. I was wondering...
You're getting some color in your face.
I am?
A picture of health. Your wife will be pleased.
About my wife, do you know when she's arriving?
When she's...
To pick me up.
Oh, this is the big day?
It is, yes.
You'll have to check with Dr. Martin, but I'm sure it won't be long. If you'd like to say your goodbyes to the others...
I better pack first.
Oh, naturally. It's good to see you doing so well.
Thank you for everything.
Not at all.
Oh, and nurse...
Yes?
If my wife should get here in the next few minutes, tell her I'm in my room, would you, please?
Of course. She's a lucky woman.
You've done wonders for my self-esteem. I don't know what I'll do without you.
You'll do fine, Mr. Wilson. Just fine.
Ah, Wilson. I was looking for you.
You were...
Something wrong?
No, Doctor. It's just that plane.
What about it?
Does it always fly directly over the grounds?
Every day, on its way to the airport.
Guess I never noticed.
Perhaps you chose not to, until you were ready.
Then I guess I must be cured.
You've come a long way, my boy, or I wouldn't have signed the release.
I wanted to ask you, what time will Ruth be here?
I believe she said 12:30. Isn't that right?
Yes, but I thought she might have been delayed if there was a last-minute change of plans.
Relax. That's probably her plane now.
Do you think so?
Would you mind stopping by my office before you leave? I wanted to go over a few things with the both of you.
Don't worry about me, Doctor. That's all behind me.
Eager to get back home, I'm sure. To your job, your life, Just remember, there's no rush. One step at a time.
You know, it's strange, but I actually feel better now than before it happened.
Not strange in the least. I prefer to think of it as a kind of timeout. Something most people could use.
Most people don't have nervous breakdowns.
Only the best people.
Oh, come on, Doctor. That's very nice of you, but...
I'm serious. Like a piece of fine china. The better the quality, the more likely it is to crack under stress. Oh, human beings aren't china plates, of course. Considerably more complicated. But when a bone fractures, it heals and grows back even stronger. I believe it's that way with the mind.
Now that is the finest pep talk I've ever heard. I wish everyone would stop worrying about me. I never felt better in my life.
Portrait of a once frightened man. Mr. Robert Wilson, 37, husband, father, and salesman. Now on the road to recovery. Mr. Wilson is ready for discharge from a sanitarium where he has spent the last 6 months of his life. This is the result of a nervous breakdown, the onset of which took place on a day not dissimilar to this, and on an airliner very much like the one in which Mr. Wilson is about to fly home. The difference being that on that day, half a year ago, Mr. Wilson's flight was interrupted by the onslaught of mental illness. Tonight, however, he will make it all the way to his appointed destination, which, contrary to the flight plan, happens to be a landing strip in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Nightmare at 20,000 Feet, starring John Schneider, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Flight 713 now boarding at gate 12. All passengers for Flight 713, please have your boarding passes ready.
That's us.
Is it?
I have the tickets right here. We're already checked in. All we have to do is get on the plane.
Good. That's good. Do you suppose...
What, darling?
Do I have time for a drink of water?
Of course. It's just down the hall. Are you feeling all right?
I'm fine. I'm just thirsty.
Wait, you're perspiring.
It's warm in here. Aren't you warm?
Bob, take it easy. Remember what the doctor said, one step at a time.
I know.
You've been on plenty of planes in your life. Well, haven't you? This one's no different. I take your arm and we walk on together. When we get to our seats, you'll take a nap, and when you wake up...
I'm perfectly fine, really.
I've got your pills.
Good.
They should help you sleep. Shall we? The line's getting pretty long. Honey? I said...
Does this airport have a smoking area?
Bob, you quit years ago.
I know. I just thought one might help settle my stomach. It's something I ate.
Try a few deep breaths.
It isn't that. It isn't. I haven't been anywhere but the sanitarium for so long. I'm not used to this. The noise, the crowds.
It'll be much quieter on the plane. Come on. Hold my hand.
Okay.
Final boarding call for Flight 713. All passengers, please proceed to gate 12.
Please keep the aisles clear. Stow all the carry-on luggage overhead or under the seat in front of you.
Here we are, honey.
Great.
Do you need any help, sir?
What?
If you'd like to take your coat off...
I can do it myself.
She's only trying to help, Bob. I thought you were warm.
Right.
I'll fold it and put it in the overhead for you. Ma'am?
I'll keep mine for now. Do you have any pillows up there?
Here you go.
Thank you, stewardess.
If you need anything else, you just let me know.
I could use, something to drink.
Well, I'll bring the beverage cart as soon as we're underway.
Great.
Did you want the window seat?
You can have it.
Honestly, I don't care. It's almost dark out. Besides, if I'm on the aisle, I can get up without climbing over you.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I mean, if you are.
Doesn't make any difference.
I shouldn't.
Enough already. I'll take the window.
Oh, I didn't notice.
What's the matter?
We're over the wing. Miss?
Yes?
This row, it's the emergency exit.
Would you prefer to sit somewhere else?
It's okay, really.
I think we would, if you don't mind.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
The seat isn't the problem. It's...
The fact that we're on an airplane?
That shouldn't bother me either, not if I'm a cured man.
Honey.
I don't act much like a cured man, do I?
But you are. Would Dr. Martin let you fly if you weren't?
I suppose not.
Of course he wouldn't. If you weren't well, he'd never let you go home. It's as simple as that.
You make it sound simple, anyway.
Is, Bob. Just that simple.
Yeah, look at me, hogging all the attention. You're the one who must be exhausted.
I'm doing great.
No lies, remember? Come here.
Oh, Bob.
I missed you, baby. All these months.
Shh. It's over now. I'm taking you back where you belong.
Must have been awful for you, the kids, all the responsibility.
None the worse for wear. Everything's intact.
Except me.
Now, I am not going to let you talk.
Excuse me?
Yes?
It looks like this is a full flight. I'm sorry, but I can't find any open seats. Do you mind terribly?
No, not at all. We're fine here.
Thank you for trying.
I'll bring you that drink first chance I get. What would you like?
Just water.
For you, ma'am?
Nothing yet.
Very well.
What was that?
They're closing the door, that's all. Hatch, whatever they call it. Here, let's look at the in-flight magazine.
Fasten your seatbelts, please. Be sure your seats are in the upright position.
Bob?
No smoking in the aircraft.
Oh, right.
Here, let me get it for you.
I could do it. Would you relax?
Please note the location of the emergency exits in the center and rear of the plane. Should there be a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen mask will drop down from the overhead console. Place the mask over your nose and mouth and breathe normally. You will find a life jacket under each seat. Place your arms through the holes and adjust the straps. Then pull the cord. The jacket will inflate automatically. Procedures.
Go back to sleep.
Bob, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, honey. I found a newspaper under the seat. The light must be bothering you.
Oh, I should stay awake.
No. I don't want you to, sweetheart. Go to sleep now.
Can't you sleep?
I will.
Promise.
You worry too much.
I can't help it.
You shouldn't. Not anymore.
Bob, do
I what?
Are you comfortable talking about it? That night, I mean.
What do you want to know?
Well, Dr. Martin went over it, but I still don't understand.
Well, neither do I, exactly, but I have a pretty good idea what caused it now.
You do?
Well, it's no great mystery. Overwork, nervous tension, a touch of blood pressure.
But why that night, on that particular plane? What set it off?
I guess it was a lot of little things come together. Lack of sleep, fast food, years of being uptight.
Oh, honey, you should have told me.
I didn't know myself. I was holding everything in for the sake of the job, trying to think about nothing but facts and figures.
There are other jobs.
That's just it. There's nothing wrong with my job. I like it.
Then why?
Call it the perfect storm. When I wasn't working or home with you and the kids, I didn't know how to take it easy, so my imagination went on overtime. I looked out the window and I thought I saw, I don't know what, clouds that looked like snowfields, then someone skiing on that snow. Can you believe it? I just plain couldn't tell the difference anymore. It was a wake-up call, all right, in more ways than one. Thank God it's over, and we're going home.
Oh, Bob. Bob.
Could you move your legs to the side?
What?
Oh, just for a second. I have to get out.
Let me call the stewardess. She'll bring whatever.
I have to go to the restroom, Ruth. It's no big deal.
Oh.
I'll be right back. Promise. That's a storm.
Sir?
Yes?
Would you return to your seat, please? We've hit some turbulence.
Just a moment. Wouldn't you know it? Okay, let's see how bad it is. Lord. It's not possible.
Sir, please. I have to ask you.
Did you see that?
You'll have to sit down and fasten your seatbelt.
Don't alarm the others, but look outside.
Return to your seat first and...
Look out the window. Anyone here. Lean down and tell me what you see.
That man, what's he saying?
I can't hear. He looks crazy.
Too much to drink. They shouldn't serve him. If you don't sit down, I'll have to call the captain.
For the love of God, woman, look! I know it's impossible, but tell me you don't see a man, a creature of some kind out there on the wing of the plane.
You saw what?
Out there, on the wing. See for yourself.
Sir, I assure you.
Open the curtain!
What is it I'm supposed to see?
There, in the lightning, he...
Where?
But he was there. I tell you, he floated down and landed on the wing.
That's enough.
Then he started walking toward the engine.
Shh. There are children on board.
I'm simply telling you what I saw.
Need some help, Nancy?
Would you show Mr. Wilson back to his seat?
Certainly.
I don't mean to upset anyone, but...
This way, sir.
All right. I'm sorry. It must have been a reflection.
Yes, it must have been.
If you'll just come with me...
I made a mistake. I'm going to my seat now. See?
Now, sir.
I didn't mean any harm, I tell you.
Is something wrong, stewardess?
A low-pressure pocket, that's all.
The plane feels like it's dropping.
Nothing to worry about. We'll be through it in a minute.
Don't wake my wife.
You can move around the cabin again as soon as the overhead light goes off.
Yes, of course.
For now, I suggest you get some rest and stay in your seat.
I understand. Hi.
What is it?
Would you like another pillow, Mrs. Wilson?
No, I don't think so.
A blanket?
How about some of those peanuts and another glass of water?
Surely, I'll be right back.
Did something happen?
Started to rain.
Is that what it was?
I just saw something, that's all. Everybody has to stay in their seats for a while.
What did you see?
Nothing.
You must have seen something.
I happened to look outside just as the lightning flashed, and for a second I thought I saw something.
Like what?
Shadow.
A shadow?
In the shape of a man.
Where?
On the wing. Not a man exactly.
What are you saying?
A creature standing upright with long hair on its body and an animal face.
Of course you know. That's all it was. A shadow.
Of course.
People don't walk around on the wings of airplanes.
No, they don't.
Not while they're moving hundreds of miles an hour. That would be impossible. Wouldn't it, Bob?
It must have been a trick of the light.
Like your imaginary skier.
What?
On the snow-capped clouds 6 months ago? The one you told me about?
Yes, I suppose so.
And you know that wasn't real.
No, it was a hallucination of some sort.
You must be more tired than you thought.
But, I wasn't hallucinating just now.
Then what would you call it?
It was more the lines of an optical illusion, my eyes playing tricks on me.
Then don't look outside. Leave the curtain closed.
Believe me, I intend to.
You ought to get some sleep, so you'll be rested when we land.
I agree.
Need another pill?
Ruth, I'm all right, I tell you.
Couldn't hurt.
If you say so.
Where's my purse?
Your water and some extra peanuts.
Thank you, stewardess.
You're welcome.
Bob, put the tray down for her.
Sure.
Are we moving into a storm?
Not a big one. It's almost past.
Oh, well, that's good.
If I can get you anything else.
We'll let you know.
Here's your pill.
Thanks. Sit.
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
I'm sorry I woke you.
Don't be silly.
You can go back to sleep now if you like.
If you do.
Give me a minute.
You're not worried about anything, are you?
Not in the least.
Then put your seat back.
In a sec. Just let me collect my thoughts.
Well, don't overthink it. That never did any good.
No, it didn't.
You're here with me, and we're going home together.
That's the most fantastic part of all.
Well, you'd better get used to the idea. All better now?
Yes.
Nudge me if you need me. And whenever you do, don't open the curtain.
How's the wind speed?
Easing off, Captain.
Good.
Fuel consumption right on target. Storm's moving starboard. We should miss the worst of it.
Need a break?
No. Yeah, but I could use some coffee.
Ah, right on cue. Yes?
I made some fresh coffee.
You read my mind, Joni.
One cream and sugar, one black.
Put it next to the console, will you?
Hit a little bump back there, huh?
Sorry. Tried to go over it, but it should be smoother from here on.
Oh, I'm not worried. We're in good hands.
Everybody sleep through it?
Almost everybody. One crying kid and one slightly uptight passenger.
Ah, the old lady, huh?
Oh, no. Mr. Wilson, 13A.
What? What did he do?
Didn't want to come out of the bathroom. Said he saw something.
Where?
Outside the plane when the lightning flashed.
The old wings moving routine.
Tell him it's supposed to move. If it doesn't, it'll snap off.
Oh, you're going to love this. He said he saw a man on it.
Don't tell me. An alien, big head, round eyes, that thing.
Tell him he'll take a description for the captain's log.
Listen, was he wearing a spacesuit? Oh, or was it the clown shoes?
He says he came down out of the sky and took a walk on the wing, just like that.
Ah, yeah, a floater. I see him once in a while when I have too much to drink.
Yeah. Or maybe a gremlin.
A what?
Haven't you heard of gremlins?
Must be before my time.
It started back in World War II. Whenever something went wrong, the mechanics would chalk it up to gremlins. Better than admitting they made a mistake.
Well, Mr. Wilson's okay now, but you should have seen his eyes. He looks scared out of his mind. For a minute there, I thought we had a nutcase on our hands.
Cut off his drinks.
Well, that's just it. He hasn't had a drop.
Where's in-flight security?
32B.
Tell him to keep an eye open. I like to run a tight ship.
Yes, sir. But I don't think it'll be necessary. The wife gave him a sleeping pill.
Thank heaven for pharmaceuticals.
You fellas want some chow? We've got filet mignon in first class.
No, thanks. You and Nancy relax for a while.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Listen, I can take over if you want to stretch your legs.
You sure?
Yeah, storm's thinning out, just some more rain clouds.
Well, maybe for a minute.
Hey, what was that?
Probably our friendly neighborhood gremlin dropping in for a wing walk.
Bob? Well, there you are. Go to sleep, darling.
Right. I want to sleep, but I can't. She doesn't believe me. None of them believe me. I'm not even sure I believe it myself. Why should I? It's impossible. Yet I'm not dreaming. I'm wide awake and I'm cured. The doctor said so. No more panic attacks. But I saw it, didn't I? I was out there on the wing walking toward the engine. But why? There it is now. I can hear it. What's it doing? It wants to destroy this plane, bring us all down. Because of me. because I've seen it before. Or maybe it is all in my mind. How can I be sure? There's only one way. God, help me. I've got to look. I've got to. Time to be brave. Face it down. And if there's nothing out there, then that's that. This is the only way. Here goes. It's simple. I put my hand out. I pull the curtain aside, and I'll know. He'll either be there on the other side of the window looking in, or there'll be nothing but the darkness. One way or the other, I'll know. And put my hand out. Do it. Do it. No! It isn't there. It isn't. It can't be.
Huh?
Honey, wake up. Come on. Come on, someone's got to see this. It's right there on the other side of the window.
Yes?
Come here, quickly.
What is it, Mr. Wilson?
Look.
Where?
Outside the window. It's still there.
Shh. I don't see anything.
But...
What, you mean the engines? They always spark at night. It means they're working.
No, not that. You don't see anything else?
No, just the running lights blinking on and off.
All right, look again. See if she's telling the truth, or if she's blind. You're right. I don't see anything now.
Oh, it was probably the rain hitting the window.
Yes.
Believe me, we fly worse weather than this. It's nothing to worry about. If you'll just try to relax, we'll be landing in a couple of hours.
There he is again. Like some kind of ape dropping down from a tree. What's he doing? No! He's peeling back the engine cover.
What are you looking at?
Ruth, thank God. Lean across me. Look out the window.
Bob, does the storm bother?
No. Just like that, it's gone. For some reason, it doesn't want anyone else to see, only me. It's playing a game, taunting me, daring me to stop it.
Then what?
Remember what I said before about seeing something outside? I know what you're going to say, but listen to me very carefully. Honey, there's a man out there.
Bob!
Keep your voice down. Have you ever known me to lie to you?
No.
It's not a human being. It's some kind of... Bob. I'm not imagining it this time. I'm not. He's out there.
Where? What?
No, don't look. He isn't there now. He jumps away before anyone can see him. Except me.
I don't know what to say to you.
I realize what this sounds like, but give me the benefit of the doubt. Do I look insane to you?
I didn't say that, but Bob...
I know I had a breakdown, and I know how it looks to you now, as if the same thing's happening again, but it isn't.
Bob...
I didn't want to upset you.
No, I want you to tell me.
I didn't tell you before because I wasn't sure if it was real. Well, I'm sure now. There is a man out there, or a creature of some kind. If I describe him to you, oh, you'd really think I was gone.
Honey, no. No, it's all right. It's all right, sweetie.
Don't stroke my hand like a child. I know your intentions are good. I know you love me, but don't patronize me, Ruth. I'm not insane.
Did I say...
Does it have to be said? For the last time, that creature's out there. And the reason I'm telling you now is that he's starting to tamper with one of the engines. It's not just my life at stake. It's everyone on this plane. Shh. Think anything you want. Think that I belong in a straitjacket if it makes you feel any better.
If it makes me feel better.
I'm sorry. What I mean is, whatever you think about me, that I've lost my mind, all I'm asking you to do is tell someone. Talk to the pilot now. He's back there with the stewardess. Tell him to check the wing. If they don't see anything, fine. I'll commit myself. But if they do, there's still time. They can make a forced landing before something terrible happens. Won't you even allow the possibility?
All right. I'll tell
I
them.
know it seems a lot to ask. It's as if you're announcing that you're married to a lunatic, but...
I said I'll tell them. If that's what you want. Stay here.
She doesn't believe me. But that doesn't matter. If she can get them to see it, then I'm not too late. There he is! Hurry! Hurry, Ruth! Hurry! Look!
What's wrong with that man?
I don't know.
Tell him to sit down.
We're trying to sleep over here.
Quickly!
What's going on?
He's pulled up one of the cowling plates. Didn't my wife...
Take your seat, please.
There's a man outside. He just...
Mr. Wilson, keep your voice down.
I'm sorry,
I don't know what's going on here.
Will you look?
Mr. Wilson, I'm warning you.
All right. I'm sitting. But will you look out the window? See for yourself. Take my wife's seat.
What am I looking for?
The plate. The hood over the engine with all the wiring underneath. He's bent it up so it's exposed. If you don't do something, there's going to be a short circuit, maybe an electrical fire.
Well, there's nothing exposed now.
What? Wait a minute. I saw him pull that plate up. There were sparks and lights and...
Then he must have bent it back the way it was.
Listen, I saw it. I saw it!
Mr. Wilson, please. I believe you. But there are other people on board, and we mustn't alarm them.
You mean you've seen him?
Of course we have. But we don't want to frighten the passengers. You can understand that.
Naturally, I only want to...
We thought we'd taken care of the problem, but if he's back, well, we'll do a thorough check as soon as we're on the ground.
But if we wait that long...
You see the man on the aisle? He's a special investigator from the FAA. We have one on every flight now. And he's armed. If anyone tries to do something to the plane, he can handle it.
Oh.
That's his job. He knows what he's doing.
I understand.
I've asked him to change seats with your wife. If you see anything else suspicious, tell him. Then, when we land...
You can stop the act now.
Bob, they want me to sit up there for a while. Honey.
This way, Mrs. Wilson.
Everything okay, Captain?
Yes, fine. If you'll just stay with Mr. Wilson till we land...
Got it.
I don't need his help.
No problem. Just, let me squeeze in here.
Stop humoring me.
Mr. Wilson, I assure you, it's under control.
Nothing to worry about now.
If that's the way you want it, I won't say another word. I'll see us crash first. He's at it again. Peeling back the plate, putting his horrible, misshapen fingers into the wires. Did you feel that?
Feel what?
Nothing.
No, go ahead. I'll put it in my report.
I just thought we'd changed altitude for a moment.
Pilot must have made an adjustment. But to stay above the storm.
Yes, that must be it.
I wonder if I can get some information from you.
About what?
May I see your ID? You have your wallet, don't you?
Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Here.
Robert Jeffrey Wilson. Ever been arrested?
Never. Why do you ask?
Oh, just for the record.
I'm a law-abiding citizen.
I'm sure you are.
What kind of gun do you carry?
Pardon?
The pilot said you were armed.
Oh, standard issue 38. Never had to use it, though. Strictly a last resort.
I thought guns weren't allowed on board.
Well, they're not for the passengers. But with security so tight now, we don't like to advertise it.
Then you should keep your coat buttoned. I can see the holster.
Bob, how are you feeling?
Great. How about you?
I brought you some water and another pill, so you can sleep the rest of the way.
That sounds fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson. Take it.
Why not?
I hope you're doing okay now, honey.
Couldn't be better.
I'll be just a few rows up if you need me.
I don't need anything, Ruth. Get some rest.
You too. I love you, you know.
Same here.
It won't be long now.
For what?
Until we sit down. You're lucky.
Am I?
You get to sleep through it.
Let them think that. I didn't swallow the pill. How could I? What's going on out there? Somebody has to do something and we're all doomed. Another minute and he'll have the entire engine exposed. All I can see is the glow of the engine and that creature. I have to act now.
Hey, what are you doing?
Somebody's got to stop that thing.
That's the emergency exit. Take your hand off.
Leave me alone!
You'll depressurize the whole cabin.
Got to stop this man!
Don't push the door open. Don't! I'm placing you under arrest.
You! Out there! Get away from the engine!
I can't hold him!
You! Demon! I told you to get off the wing!
Somebody grab his leg while I get the door closed.
I'm trying! Give me your gun!
Let go of it! You can't!
You bet I can! Get away from this plane or I'll shoot!
Easy. Lift the gurney down.
Yeah, I got it.
Here come the paramedics.
Oh, good.
What do we have here?
A guy tried to open the safety hatch. Keep him strapped down. He's out of his tree. We'll take it from here. Turn him over to the feds. He's got a string of charges.
Bob, everything's going to be fine.
Everything's gonna be fine. I know. But right now, I'm the only one who does.
Okay, you grease monkeys, give this plane the once-over.
Yes, sir. Now, what about the emergency door?
Get up on the wing and replace the seal. Then do a pressure test.
You got it. Nuttiest way I ever heard of trying to commit suicide.
Yeah, takes all kinds. Well, when you look at that...
What happened?
I don't know. But something sure did a job on engine number 2. Whole cover plate's bent back.
What do you think could have bent it back like that?
Beats me. Yeah, let's go to work.
The flight of Mr. Robert Wilson is over now. A flight not only from point A to point B, but from the fear of madness to sanity. Mr. Wilson has that fear no longer, though for the moment he may be quite alone in his conviction. Happily, that conviction will not remain private much longer. For this time, tangible evidence has been left behind, even from so intangible a region as the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone continues in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Grandpa, shall I keep your dinner warm for you? Grandpa?
Yes, Marnie. Just let me lie down for a moment and rest my eyes. Now, why is that clock slowing down? I guess I better check it. Let's have a closer look, old friend. What time is it now? Well, 7:31 exactly by my pocket watch. But you say 7:25. Oh, no, that'll never do. And to think that I gave you an overhaul just last week. Now, where did I put my tools? First things first, reset the hands. And there. And a drop of oil here, and one here. Oh, I'll have you shipshape again, you'll see. My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more.
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
There he goes again.
You noticed?
I guess we should be thankful he has a hobby at his age.
The clock or the song?
Oh, Doug. Should I be worried?
Honey, we've had this conversation before, remember? First it's the song.
And always the same one.
Then he forgets to come down for breakfast. Or lunch, or dinner. Do you realize he hasn't been out of his room all day?
I know.
That clock is all he ever thinks about. It's more than a hobby. It's his whole life now. Sweetheart, I know how much you love him. And I love you. But maybe it's time to face facts.
I kept his plate warm. I'll take it upstairs.
Just give it some thought. That's all I'm saying.
I will. Only I'm afraid I have no idea how to bring up the subject with him. No idea at all.
It is said that each man carefully measures his time, some with fear, some with hope, and some with joy. But Mr. Sam Forstman's time is measured by a grandfather's clock, and from all accounts it is unique, because this particular clock keeps a special kind of time, marked only in the Twilight Zone.
Now, back to the Twilight Zone and our story, 90 Years Without Slumbering, starring Bill Irwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born, and was always his treasure and pride. But it stopped short, never to go again, when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Grandpa?
Oh, come in, Marnie.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's been a few minutes off lately. Quite a mystery. But don't you worry. I'll solve it.
At least move the lamp, Grandpa. You're going to ruin your eyes.
I can see quite well, thank you. Besides, I know practically every part by heart.
But why does it matter that much to you?
I wouldn't expect you to understand. What's a clockmaker?
I brought you dinner.
Dinner? You're awfully early tonight. Besides, I don't need room service. I would have come down.
It's almost 8 o'clock.
It is? Oh, what happened to the time?
I'll leave your plate on the dresser.
You do that. Thank you, Marnie. You're too good to me, you know that?
Grandpa, are you feeling all right?
Me? Never better. Why?
It's just that you spend so much time up here.
And for that, I apologize. It's the clock. There must be some dust in the mainspring.
In fact, you haven't been out of your room since yesterday.
It's my friend's fault.
Your friend?
Been acting up, but once I get him adjusted properly.
Actually, we wanted to talk to you about that.
We?
Doug and I. Grandpa, we know you love the clock, but...
But he's ticking along nicely now. There. Shouldn't have any trouble for a while. Of course, a clock as old as that, well, you're bound to have problems of one sort or another on occasion. Just like people, huh, Marnie?
Of course, Grandpa. Why don't you get some rest?
Oh, you know me, dear. Never sleep. But I might lie down for a few minutes to rest my eyes.
You do that. Good night, Grandpa.
Good night, sweetheart.
Well?
Well, what?
Did you talk to him about it?
I tried, but I couldn't, Doug. I just couldn't. He's such a wonderful man.
I know.
If only he weren't...
Senile? Well, it's the truth. Somebody had to say it.
Oh, Doug. What are we going to do?
Now, what's wrong with you? Where's my pocket watch? I gotta turn on the lamp. 9:41. And you, Grandfather Clock, what do you say? 9:35? But I just reset you. Oh, running slow again. Wait, I didn't wind it properly. That's it. They're making me so nervous I've grown careless. I must let that happen. Here, let me give you a good winding. Oh, no, please don't stop. I'll never forget to wind you again. I promise. Oh, well, there, that's better. Remember, you and I are the only ones who know what'll happen if you run down. But we won't tell anybody, will we? Oh, no, of course we won't.
Want some hash browns with your eggs, honey?
No, thanks.
Are you sure?
Just the bacon is fine.
I wonder if I should make some for Grandpa.
Where is he this morning?
Still sleeping, I guess.
I'm not surprised. He must have fiddled with that darn clock till 4 a.m.
I know.
Did you hear him?
I heard him.
Is that all you're having? Coffee?
I'm not very hungry.
What about the baby? You're eating for two now.
That's one thing you don't have to worry about, Doug.
Marnie?
What?
Let's not fight about this.
I'm not.
Honey, I only mean that you've got to accept the facts. Your grandfather's not a well man.
Oh, Doug, I don't know what to do.
Take it easy.
He's always been so alert, so easy to be with.
He's the same grandfather you've always had. But everybody faces this. Your loved ones grow old, and there are decisions to be made. You try your best to do the right thing.
Why don't you come right out and say it? You want to have him put away.
I don't know about that, but why don't we at least let Mel look him over? Can we do that? Just to be sure.
You think I'm crazy?
Grandpa.
Marnie, Doug.
How long have you been standing there?
Long enough.
Look, Sam, don't take this the wrong way.
Mel Avery's a psychiatrist, a head shrinker. You don't have to tell me, I know.
Grandpa, listen to me. Mel's been a friend of ours for years. He and Doug went to college together. You've met him.
Well, I met a lot of people, but I don't let them tinker with my head.
Sam, nobody's going to do that. All we're suggesting is that you see Mel and talk to him. It's not a big deal.
Why should I see a psychiatrist? You think I need one?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way.
Will you please sit down? Have some breakfast with us. Here, right next to me.
Well, if you're sure there's room.
Coffee?
No, I'm wide awake. See, I even dressed myself and managed to come downstairs without a nurse or a walker. That good enough for you?
Nobody's criticizing you. It's just that things happen to people's minds, especially as we get older.
You think there's something the matter with my mind?
She didn't say that.
Well, she might as well have.
I'm talking about physical things. That's why we all have a checkup once in a while.
What's wrong with me physically? I can see all right, and I move around on my own.
You sure can.
And I can use my hands, the same as always.
I know. For example, you love to work on that clock. But you've gotten so preoccupied with it that it takes up all your time.
So I'm fond of my clock, and that makes me crazy? My, what a strange world we live in.
Sam, you'll have to admit you spend a great deal of time with it. Sometimes 3 or 4 hours a day. Sometimes half the night.
Aha! Just because I don't sleep my life away and working on that clock relaxes me, that makes me a candidate for the loony bin? Well, for your information, I've had insomnia all my life, and so did my father. He lived until he was 90. Just like the song says, 90 years without slumbering.
Oh, yes. The song.
It was written before you were born, my boy.
I think you're misunderstanding. Doug only has your best interests at heart.
My best interests. You think I'm afraid? All right. That does it. I'll see your friend, the psychiatrist, and we'll find out just who's crazy in this household and who isn't. Go ahead, call him. How about this afternoon?
Send him in.
Yes, Doctor.
So you're him.
Mel Avery. How do you do, Mr. Forstman?
Pretty well, young man, if the truth be told.
Well, come in. Make yourself comfortable.
If you insist. Am I supposed to lie down on the couch?
Well, whatever you like. I thought we could just talk for a few minutes, get acquainted.
Oh, don't worry about the bedside manner. I know what I'm here for.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Forstman.
Oh, Sam, please. Mr. Forstman was my father, rest his soul.
Doug's told me so much about you.
Oh? Such as? That I've got a screw loose somewhere, is that it?
Not at all. Can I offer you anything? A glass of water?
Let's get right to it, shall we?
If you like. I jotted down a couple of things. Let's see here. I understand you were a clockmaker. That must have been interesting work.
I am a clockmaker. Oh, I'm retired now, but it's in the blood, my life's work. You understand.
Indeed I do. Doug says you have a particular clock you're fond of. A real antique. Must be worth a great deal.
Oh, I'd never sell it. It was presented to me on the day of my birth. My father loved my mother very much, you see, and in those days it was fashionable for a husband and wife to love each other for their entire lives.
And it's no longer fashionable?
Well, if it were, the woods wouldn't be so full of marriage counselors these days.
So the clock was a kind of symbol. You were born on the same day, so to speak.
You want me to tell you I think the clock is alive, don't you? Like a real person. Well, I don't think that. It's a mechanism, nothing more, nothing less.
Then why are you so concerned with keeping it in perfect condition?
That clock is not only priceless, Doctor, it's a family heirloom. Wouldn't you want to maintain it as perfectly as possible?
Well, yes, but...
You aren't sure?
Yes, I'm sure. But then we aren't talking about my clock. We're talking about your clock, aren't we?
Oh, you have a grandfather's clock, Doctor?
As a matter of fact, my wife bought one recently. She collects antiques.
Tell me about it. Whatever comes to mind.
Well, it's about 8 feet tall, hand-carved, built in Germany in 1874. But we're talking about you, Mr. Forstman. Sam.
Oh, why, I thought we were talking about your clock.
Oh, we were, but we've gotten off the track.
Track? Are we going to talk about trains now?
No. Well, if you've nothing more you want to discuss...
I could talk about clocks for hours, Doctor, but your time is expensive. Mine's free. I think I'd better go now, for your sake.
It's been a pleasure.
There is one little thing.
Yes?
I know that when my clock stops ticking, so will I.
Really? You believe you'll die on that day?
Does that make me crazy?
No. But it is rather unusual.
How's your clock running, by the way?
Why, I don't know.
You might want to have it checked.
If I had a clock like that...
You'd what?
I'd get rid of it. I'd have to.
So, either I go or the clock goes. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that.
Well, I didn't think you did. I mean, why would anybody say a thing like that?
Why, I don't know. Such an idea would have no rational basis.
It certainly wouldn't.
Definitely.
None at all.
Indubitably.
Then that should put your mind at ease. I hope I've been of service, Doctor. Have a nice day.
Hey, Doug, Marnie.
I can't thank you enough for seeing him.
Yeah, thanks, Mel.
It's not a problem. I enjoyed it. He's very entertaining.
Oh, he's a character, all right.
So, what's the verdict?
He seems to be in marvelous shape for a man his age.
I'm sure of that. He just had a complete checkup.
What about up here?
Yes, his mind. That's what we're concerned about.
Oh, he's alert, aware. No signs of any cognitive disorder.
Did he talk about the clock?
He sure did.
And?
Oh, I wouldn't worry too much about it. At his age, a man's entitled to a few quirks.
You mean he doesn't need to be put into an institution?
Well, not as long as he has no debilitating physical problems. He should be able to continue living a productive life. But I do want to say something about this attachment of his.
The clock business?
I don't want to minimize it, but if I were you, I'd try to involve him in other things. I'm sure he has various interests.
Oh, yes, he reads a lot, and he's good around other people.
I can believe that. He's a great conversationalist.
The problem is, so many of his friends have passed away.
Does he ever go to the senior center? Anything like that?
I took him by there once, but he wasn't interested.
You can understand that. They're strangers to him. They have their own lives and families.
You might see if there's a regular group at the library. A good way to meet people with something in common.
If we can ever get him away from that darn clock.
It's worth it to make the effort. There is a risk in being so deeply attached to an object. Any object.
What kind of risk?
The clock is becoming an obsession. He's equating it with his own lifespan. That's not good for a man Sam's age. Whatever you do, do it gracefully. Change is a big thing at this point in life. But I hope you can find something else to engage his attention. Instead of letting him focus so completely on the clock. His world is closing in. Take my advice. Do everything you can to help him expand it. And soon.
Grandpa? Are you awake?
Come on in.
I thought you might be taking a nap.
Oh, no. I was just resting my eyes.
I see the clock's running perfectly again.
Perfectly. Marnie, I wanted to talk to you about that.
Oh, it's all right. Listen, Grandpa. Doug and I have to run into town. We were wondering, would you like to come with us?
Afraid not, dear.
I thought we could stop off somewhere, get some lunch. Anywhere you like.
Some other time. I have too much to do.
Like what?
That's what I wanted to ask you. Would you mind if I move it?
Move?
The clock. After all, it takes up so much space here in my room.
Yes, it does.
So you have no objection?
Just as long as you don't try to do it yourself.
Oh, don't worry about that. There were those fellas who came out one time. What were their names? When you put those other things of mine into storage.
I know who you mean. Something like the Starving Artists Moving Company? Wasn't that it?
Exactly. No job's too weird for us. That was their motto. Well, if they don't charge too much, maybe they'd lend us a hand.
I'm sure they would. Grandpa, I think that's a great idea.
It's settled then. I'll arrange it. You two kids have fun.
Watch your step.
Yeah, the carpet, I see it.
Set her down for a minute.
Couldn't he just use a watch?
Or a sundial. Never have to move one of those. Set it and forget it.
How does that song go? My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf. Something, something.
So it stood 90 years on the floor. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you must be very careful.
Okay, let's up two. We got 2 more calls to make.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Lift.
Oh. Watch it.
I got it.
Careful, I said. The pendulum. Oh, if it stops.
Not so fast.
Okay, straighten her out.
I can't.
Watch it.
Oh, watch it, please.
Keep lifting.
I'm losing my grip.
Whoa.
Sorry, Pops. That last step's a doozy.
No damage done, huh?
I'll start her running again.
Yeah, you do that. He said he don't want it to stop, remember?
No problem. I'll just open up the case and give it a push. That ought to get it, huh, Pops? Pops?
What's the matter with him?
I don't know.
He just keeled over.
Hey, Sal, feel for his pulse.
Oh, I can't find it.
Call 911. The old guy looks like he's dead.
Okay, I'm calling an ambulance. Where's the phone?
Hey, Pops, come on. You didn't croak on us, did you? Quit fooling now.
Oh, phone's in the kitchen. I can see it. Gotta move the clock to get by.
Hey, wait, he's breathing.
Yes!
Hey, you gave us a scare there.
What happened? My clock.
Easy now.
Oh, I'm all right.
Don't try to get up.
Yeah, just stay where you are.
Don't be silly.
Still want a doctor?
A doctor? I never wanted one in the first place.
Okay, no doctor. Just let me give you a hand.
Listen.
What?
My clock. It's still ticking.
Yeah, sure. You had us worried there for a minute, you know? Don't do that, Pops.
I guess it just wasn't my time. Not yet. Not quite yet.
Here we are, almost home.
You think he'll like it?
Like what?
The takeout we brought him. It used to be his favorite.
Sure he will, honey. You think he's serious about the clock?
That was what he said. He definitely wanted to move it.
Will wonders never cease?
I'll carry the food. I want him to have it before it gets cold.
Go ahead, I'll catch up. I hope you treat me this nice when I get old. Marnie?
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
Oh, Doug. Look.
Whoa.
I didn't know he was going to move it today. Next to the bookcase? It's so huge.
Maybe he's trying to make a statement.
He's trying to make a compromise with us.
Oh, you're back early, children.
Hello, Grandpa.
I thought we'd give it a try down here and just see how it looks. What do you think?
Well, I don't know.
You can see for yourself, can't you, Sam?
Yes, I see.
It sticks out like a sore thumb.
Uh-huh. Are you sure?
I think Doug's right.
Well, when you put it that way...
You seem a little shaky. Are you all right?
Yes, of course.
You didn't do any of the lifting yourself, did you?
Oh, no. Some nice college boys. That's what artists look like nowadays, I suppose.
You're awfully pale.
Oh, stop fussing. I'm fine.
You might as well be honest about all this. We talked to the doctor.
You did? Well, what a coincidence. So did I.
Well, he said...
He said you're becoming obsessed with it. And that's not good for you.
Senile. That's what he really said, isn't it?
No, Grandpa, he didn't.
Well, I'm not going to any loony bin. That's final.
Nobody said anything about...
But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll sell it. You heard me. Before that happens, I'll sell the clock once and for all and be done with it. Well, let's see. A red queen on the black king.
The
room's going to be a beautiful nursery, Marnie.
You like the fabric samples?
Perfect. Now all you have to do is find the right paint, and you're set.
And black 9, red 8.
Is that what you did?
You won't believe this, but I actually refused to get pregnant till I had the baby's room all planned out. George said that wasn't logical.
I'd have to agree with him, Carol. There's still some coffee left.
Maybe just 1 cup.
Sit down.
And where will you be moving after the baby comes, Mr. Forstman?
Oh, what did you say, young lady?
My grandfather's staying right here, Carol.
Oh, of course. I didn't mean...
I'll need his help around the house. I wouldn't know what to do without him.
I'm sure you wouldn't. Are you going to keep the clock downstairs?
We haven't decided.
Carol.
Yes, Mr. Forstman?
Carol, do you know anyone who might like to buy it?
Sure. Me. Wish I could afford it.
Do you mean that?
Do I? You know how I feel about antiques. Something like this would make my front hall.
Well, I think we could work out something. You could even pay me later. It doesn't matter.
Are you serious, Mr. Forstman?
It would be ideal with you living next door. I could visit the clock every day.
Not every day, surely.
I mean, I could look after it and keep it in good condition, you know.
Oh, I'd appreciate that.
You see, this is a very special clock. Not one of your normal 8-day models. It has to be wound every other day.
Carol wouldn't want you tinkering with it all the time.
It'd just take me a few minutes 3 times a week.
I wouldn't mind, Marnie. Your grandfather would take such good care of it.
If you're sure. It's up to you two.
Oh, I can't wait to see how it looks. And George says I don't have an eye for bargains. Wait till he hears about this.
Good morning, my dear.
Grandpa, up so early?
Early to bed, early to rise. Ben Franklin said that, I believe. Or was it George Washington? Well, no matter. Time to wind the clock.
Oh, that's why you have your toolkit.
Every other morning for 2 weeks now. Don't you remember?
Well, you could have slept in today. George and Carol are out of town.
They are?
Just for the weekend.
The weekend? But it runs down after 48 hours.
Grandpa, are we going to start that again? We've been so happy lately.
Yes, we've been happy. 2 weeks of borrowed time. I should be grateful.
And that's the evening news. Repeating our top local story, suburban crime dropped 17% since the mayor's new Neighborhood Watch program. We'll be back.
Sam, you in there?
Well, where else would I be?
Missed you at dinner tonight.
Oh, I'm a little under the weather. I decided to save my strength.
Anything I can get you?
No. I'm just going to watch TV for a while.
Sam, I just wanted to say that it's great to be a family again. Eating our meals together. We missed you tonight. Just didn't feel the same.
Thank you, Doug. And the same to Marnie. And now I think I'll lie down and rest my eyes before the movie starts.
You do that, Sam. See you in the morning.
And say goodnight to Marnie for me.
Will do. Good night.
What? I must have dozed off. Where's my pocket watch? Why, it's nearly 2 a.m. in the morning. Oh, better be careful not to wake 'em. I'll just get my tools. Oh, thank goodness for street lamps. Let's see now. There's Carol and George's, and the front walk, and the porch. I'll be able to see through the pane in the door, I hope. Oh, good. They left the hall light on. Yeah, there it is. How's the time? 2:31. Oh, it's lost 20 minutes already. I've got to get in. Oh, locked.
Pull over. I saw something.
Where?
In front of that house. Shine the light on it.
I don't see. Wait a minute.
Hey, you!
Me?
Hold it right there.
Don't move.
You're not speaking to me, are you, officer?
You live here?
Well, yes. I mean, no. Well, not exactly.
Let's see some ID.
Certainly. Oh, I'm afraid I left my wallet at home.
So this isn't your house?
No, but my clock's in here. They're away for the weekend, you see, and...
Oh, so you figured the place would be empty?
No, I need to wind it.
Where do you live, Gramps?
Next door. The clock, it's running down, and Carol left without telling me, and now it must be wound. It must.
Say, what's he got in the bag? Oh, looks like lock-picking tools.
Oh, they're for fixing clocks. You don't understand. It's a very important clock.
Maybe we ought to take him down to the station.
He's harmless. Come on, Gramps. We'll get you home.
Oh, please, just let me wind it first.
Quiet down. You'll wake up the whole neighborhood.
But I've got to get inside.
Now look, mister. This is private property. You can't go in there.
Don't you see? I'm running down, too. If it stops, I'll die.
I doubt that, old fella.
But...
Come along now.
Please, officer.
We're very sorry this happened.
Sure, I understand.
He's not usually like this, honestly.
Happened to my old man. We put him in a home. He likes it there.
Good night, officers. We appreciate it.
Good night, folks.
Ma'am?
Come on, Grandpa. Let's go upstairs.
It's my fault, Barney. I shouldn't have expected anybody to believe me.
Can I get you anything?
No. I won't need a thing anymore.
Why do you say that?
Don't worry, dear. It's better this way.
Better?
Let me give you one last hug.
Don't talk that way. We'll have breakfast in the morning.
Good night, darling.
Good night.
It is better this way. It has to come sometime. I want it to come for me here.
Well, Sam, old friend, it is time for us to go.
And just where are we going?
Close your eyes, old friend, and lie back down. It's easier that way.
In a pig's eye. What are you doing in my bedroom anyway? The face is familiar.
It should be.
But I don't think we've been formally introduced.
I am your spirit. Our time has come, Sam. After all, you are 76.
That's nothing. And don't give me that spirit of 76 stuff. Who says my time has come?
Have you forgotten what your father told you? Not to mention your grandfather.
About what?
Didn't they always tell you that if ever the clock runs down, you'd die?
Yeah. You know, I actually used to believe that stuff, but it's a lot of foolishness. I know, I've been to a psychiatrist.
So what?
So he didn't think I needed that clock. He didn't think I was crazy either. And you know what? He was right. All this time we were wrong.
Sorry, Sam. I prefer to believe our grandfather. I never trusted head shrinkers myself.
Now you listen to me. My father and grandfather were from another generation. I live in the present. Live, I said. Look at yourself. You're just a figment of my imagination. I can see right through you. You don't exist, but I do. And I'll tell you when it's time to go. Only don't hold your breath. I've got a great-grandson coming soon.
and I plan to be around so that I can play with him and watch him grow and take him to school, maybe even college. I repeat, I don't believe in you, therefore you don't exist. Now I ask you, am I right or am I right? I can't argue with that logic, Sam. I have to admit you have a point. Let me know when it's time, Sam. Let me know. There. Now maybe a fella can get a little peace around here.
Grandpa.
Marnie, why are you still up?
I was worried about you.
Well, what you should be worrying about is my great-grandchild. Now, come on. If you can't sleep, I'll make you a cup of hot chocolate. That should do the trick.
Why, Grandpa, where did you get all the energy?
Never you mind. Now, take my arm here. Careful now. Oh, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
I have a confession to make. I'm afraid I cheated your friends.
Cheated?
That old clock hasn't been running right for 40 years. It's taken everything I know just to keep it going.
Really, Grandpa?
As a matter of fact, it stopped ticking for the last time just a few minutes ago.
Now, how would you know that?
Don't ask me how, my dear. I guess I know my grandfather's clock by now. But you know something, Marnie? When that clock finally died tonight, it was like, well, like I was born all over again.
Was it?
I'm not kidding. Like a great weight was lifted off my shoulders. And now I feel like I can do just about anything.
Well, for starters, we could get you into town a little more.
Clocks are made by men, but only God is responsible for time. No man can prolong his allotted hours, or cut them short for that matter. He can only live them to the fullest. That's our legacy in this world, as well as in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
90 Years Without Slumbering, starring Bill Irwin with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling from a story by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Fernette Lebo, Doug James, Kurt Nabig, Rich Komanek, Sean Cross, Steve Key, and Jeff Lupetin. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Jason Mallow for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
You see me, Harvey?
And hear you, loud and clear.
How's the monitor picture?
Still distorted.
And we've got a few minutes left. Check your controls. Make sure the red switches are all on.
Check.
Now the blue ones.
Check again.
Any overloads?
Well, your amperage is steady, voltage and input. You sure you want to go through with this?
You sound positively funereal, Harvey.
I sound the way I feel. I'm helping you because you asked me, Paul. I can give you my support as an engineer. But enthusiasm is something I just can't dredge up.
No sense of adventure?
A sense of wonder, perhaps. And a sense of concern for a friend who's placing himself in jeopardy unnecessarily. You could just as well test the process with a lab rat or a monkey, but with yourself. Why?
A monkey can't take field notes.
But if you're so sure it works...
I know it works. The challenge now is to use it, to better the world if possible. Otherwise, it's just a machine that moves atoms from one temporal location to another. Sort of like a shuttle bus between centuries.
Take it to the physics department, then. Publish your work officially. Do you know how much funding you'll have? You'll also have a Nobel Prize, if that means anything to you.
It doesn't. In fact, it's what I don't want. If it's possible to change the past for the better, then it's equally possible to do the reverse. I can't take that chance. The world can't. Put this invention in the wrong hands, we're all through. If it is possible, I'll eliminate some of the suffering. If not, I'll know I tried. But, either way, I'll destroy this machine as soon as I get back.
You're in focus now, Paul.
Good. That gives us 3 minutes to countdown. You've entered 3 sets of coordinates.
Check. Paul.
And I've got what I need. 1 tube of Dramamine, 1 Japanese pocket dictionary, 1 hunting rifle, disassembled with a telescopic sight, 1 long-range hollow point round. I'll only have the chance for a single shot. Anyway. Wait a minute. Harvey, where is it?
Paul.
Where's the cartridge?
I have it.
Well, give it to me.
All right.
Cartridge, Harvey, now. I have a little over 2 minutes.
Paul, this is crazy. It's too dangerous.
Dangerous? Did you drink milk this morning, Harvey?
What's that got to do with...
What was the strontium-90 content in the glass? Did it occur to you that the things you've been eating and drinking might turn your bones to sawdust? Or guarantee that a child of yours might come into this world without arms or legs?
But what you propose to do about it, to change history, is incredible. There is a logic and a paradox about time travel, you know. Haven't you read any science fiction?
Granted, there's no guarantee, but if I fail, you simply cross off one insignificant human. One frail, protesting member of the race. Look at it this way. If I fail, if I wind up in hell, or limbo, or a cemetery, the responsibility is exclusively mine. Now do me one last favor, Harvey. Get back to the console and start the countdown.
I should know better than to argue with you, Paul. I hope you make it. You know that. See you soon.
Time will tell, Harvey. Time will tell. Ready?
Ready. T-minus 10, 9, 8.
Here we go, my friend. The great adventure begins.
Your image is wavering. My God, Paul, I can see the bones through your skin.
Hit the first coordinates.
2, 1, 0. Godspeed, Paul. Godspeed.
Exit one Paul Driscoll, a theoretical physicist and a creature of the 21st century. Unknown to his fellow researchers, he has worked up a complicated theorem involving the space-time continuum, built a prototype, a kind of time machine, if you will, and dared to put it to the test with himself as the subject. But he's attempting to use it for a purpose that doesn't include cheap thrills or personal gain. In a moment, he will seek out 3 history-changing events from the past in a desperate attempt to alter our less-than-perfect present. One of the oddest and most rarefied perks available to faculty members in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, No Time Like the Past, starring Jason Alexander with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
There, I've finished my captain's log for tonight. So, you said that this is a matter of some urgency, Mr.
The name is Driscoll, but that's not important.
Perhaps you will be good enough to tell me, sir, what this is about. I'm due on the bridge in a few minutes.
Captain, is there any possible way you can alter your course?
I beg your pardon?
The course the ship is taking, can it be changed?
Since my country is a belligerent, and these waters are a zone of combat, I would prefer to consult with higher authority before taking such a step.
Suppose I were to tell you, sir, that if you hold your present course for 5 more minutes, this ship will go down.
Just who are you, Mr. Driscoll?
You won't find me on your passenger list, Captain.
Oh? And you got on board how?
That's not important. But I'm not sailing for my health this trip, Captain. You might say I'm sailing for your health, and that of the crew and all the passengers aboard. I happen to know that this ship is going to be torpedoed, right off the old head of Kinsale Island, May the 7th.
That's today. How do you know this?
If I were to tell you, you'd say I was a lunatic.
I can't alter the course of the Lusitania simply on the word of one man.
All right, Captain, say I am a lunatic. Say that everything I'm telling you is just the product of a deranged mind. What would you lose by altering course now? How many minutes?
That's not the point.
That is the point, Captain. There'll be over 1,100 people drowned.
That will be enough, Mr. Driscoll.
And if you should be one of the fortunate few, Captain, remember when that court of inquiry convenes.
I must ask you to leave, sir.
I'm not asking you to scuttle this ship. All I'm suggesting is if you change course 1 degree, just 1 single degree.
Steward, come in here.
Yes, Captain.
Escort Mr. Driscoll from my quarters.
Yes, sir. Come along if you would, sir.
Captain, there's still time.
And still time to confine you to your cabin. Take him away.
Sailor, take a look at the water off the bow. What do you see?
Sir?
Something under the water coming this way. Do you see it?
Captain! Sound the alarm! You! How did you know?
Yes?
I am here to prepare your room, mein Herr.
That won't be necessary.
But I have clean towels, sir, and soap.
Just a moment.
Ach, you have the loveliest room in the hotel, mein Herr.
Yes. It's a lovely view.
More than a view, sir. In a minute from that window, you will see history unfolding. Why do you know that this whole side of the building has been rented? Every floor. All because of the Führer, so they can see him. Down in the street is a madhouse.
That's what I was told.
You are not German?
I'm an American.
An American. And what do they think of our Führer and the new Germany in America?
We're quite neutral.
You say neutral, but you mean something else.
No, I don't mean anything.
You hear? That is the new Germany. Something you will never understand.
That, madam, is the old Germany. Something you'll never understand.
We will see.
All right, just one shot. Not Goering, only Hitler, right through the forehead. Come on, buddy. Step into the crosshairs. No, it's jammed.
Herr Driscoll, open up, bitte. Mach schnell, Herr Driscoll. He will open up the door.
But I tell you, he was in here.
Maybe you were drinking schnapps. There's no way he could have gotten out, except head first through that window.
Look, was ist das?
A rifle!
America, come.
It's about time.
Sit.
You're the chief of police? I was told you speak English?
I venture to say that I speak it better than you speak Japanese.
I hardly speak any Japanese, but what I'm about to tell you is the most important English you've ever heard.
Mr. Driscoll, is it? You happen to be an enemy alien, which is the reason...
Which is the reason I've been kept in a cell for 6 hours, and the reason you may have cause to regret this particular arrest.
Go on.
What I tried to tell your guards is that inside of an hour, this city is going to be destroyed, and upwards of 100,000 human beings will be destroyed along with it.
Indeed.
You're about to be bombed out of existence, but there's something you can do. You can begin some kind of an evacuation of women and children. You can save a few thousand lives.
By who say so, Mr. Driscoll? Who do you represent?
I don't represent anyone. Only the voice of history.
That's extremely poetic, Mr. Driscoll. But, most unfortunately, while I am sufficiently educated to appreciate lyricism, my official capacity makes me less prone to enjoy the subtleties and nuances of language for their own sake.
All right, look. I'll give this to you very unsubtly, with no nuances at all. There is going to be a bomb dropped here, and you're going to know a nightmare beyond any imagining.
Excuse me. Moshi moshi. Hai. Ah, wakarimashita. A single aircraft, Mr. Driscoll. One lone B-29. I rather think we can survive that.
That picture on your desk. Your wife?
And my 2 daughters, age 8 and 10.
If you don't care about the city, do it for them. Look, this isn't just a request. It's in the nature of a prayer.
Mr. Driscoll, I will make an assumption that you have some illness. I won't stand you against the wall and shoot you, even in wartime. I'll send you to the army headquarters, where you can be interrogated. You're an alien and by rights should be interned. However, if you'll keep this in mind when you get back to your country, the face of the enemy is not devoid of compassion.
And you might recall this conversation. If you survive, remember that the same thing could be said of your enemy. He tried to save Hiroshima.
God, hey, take this man away. Where? Where did he go? And what? What is the great flash of light outside?
Go on, Paul. Then what?
Then nothing. The SS Lusitania, 1915, one of the causes of the First World War. Attempt number 1. Failure number 1. Then August 1939, the Hotel Berlin. Another blow for law and order. Hitting nothing and accomplishing the same. Finally, Hiroshima, August 1945. 3 tries. 3 misses.
Then you have to admit it now, Paul. The past is inviolate. What's happened must remain as it was. You can't change anything.
Yes, I believe you. And so it follows that there isn't anything we can do about the present. See that small brown book on the shelf? Bring it over to me, Harv, would you?
The Study of 19th Century Midwest America. This one of yours?
Particular favorite. Open it up to page 14. Talks about a certain place, Harv, a place called Holmesville, Indiana. There are pictures showing what it looked like in 1881.
Charming. Parasols, bicycles, all very serene. Apropos of what?
Apropos of the fact that I'm going back there. One last trip in the machine.
I thought you were going to destroy it, whether you succeeded or not.
I'm going back there not to change anything, but simply to become a part of that world. A world of band concerts and summer nights on front porches. A world that hasn't heard of atomic bombs or germ warfare or anything else. That's where I'm going, Harvey. I've already packed my bag. The only book I'm taking with me is this one.
Of course you are. And there's no one who could hold you back. But remember this, everything is cause and effect. You go back in time to this Homeville, and you inadvertently change one event, alter it minutely. You might start a chain reaction beyond anything even you could imagine.
I'm going back there to live, not to change what doesn't need to be changed. Now, Harvey. Here are the coordinates. How about it?
All right. God help me, Paul. God help you.
Then let's do it.
How is it with you, Harvey?
All set. The mechanism's still charged.
Enter the coordinates.
Here we go, then. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How is it with you, Paul Driscoll? Wherever you are. No television sets, no nuclear arms, but just the same. How is it with you?
What's yours, sir?
I think, a beer, please.
That'll be a nickel.
A nickel?
That's the price tag. You got 5 cents?
I think I might.
That's a $5 gold piece. You from around here?
No, from out of state.
Just passing through?
Well, as a matter of fact, I was thinking of settling down here. It's exactly as I thought it would be. Know anything about the boarding house across the square?
Ma Chamberlain's. Real nice accommodations. Runs a clean place.
Well, then I guess I'd better drink up and check it out. Come in.
I brought you some clean linens. Room comfortable enough for you?
Oh, very. Thank you.
Well, I'll be going now. Got plenty to do. Will you be joining us for supper, Mr. Driscoll?
I'd love to.
That'll be a chance to meet the other boarders. Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Hanford, he's from the bank, and Miss Sloane. She teaches school here in town. Lovely girl. And a moral one, too. Very moral.
I see.
Well, you'd better. I run a decent place. Did I mention no hard liquor in the rooms?
I'll remember that, Mrs. Chamberlain.
See that you do. Afternoon, then.
Nuclear fallout, strategic wars in the Middle East. What happened to all that? It's summer. It's the 1st of July. There's going to be an evening band concert in a couple of days with lemonade and fireworks. It's 1881 in Homeville, Indiana. And by God, I'm home.
But I tell you, Mrs. Chamberlain...
More apple pie, Mr. Hanford.
Until this government assumes its rightful place in the world, we will remain an isolated, provincial community of states. You know what we should do?
Oh, no, Mrs. Chamberlain. I couldn't eat another bite.
We should take the American fleet, send it over to the Orient, and plant the American flag. And then down to Australia and back across the Pacific to South America, planting the flag as we go, planting her deep and planting her high, flying her proud.
You ought to run for office, Mr. Hanford.
Believe me, Mr. Hoffman, I've thought of it. My friends have urged me to make my opinions known on some official plane, but finance comes first. It's the lifeblood of the nation. The bank needs me. You there, Mr. Driscoll, what are your views?
I don't have any, Mr. Hanford.
Of course you do, man. Everyone has views on the destiny of our country. Now you take the case of the Indian Wars. All this nonsense about giving them land, as if savages could understand treaties. Why, we should have had 20 George Custers and 100,000 men and just swept across the plains, destroying every redskin in sight.
I think the country is tired of fighting, Mr. Hanford. We were bled dry by the late war. I think anything we can accomplish by treaty, as long as it saves lives, is very much the proper course to pursue.
My dear young lady, I trust that this isn't the pap you spoon-feed your students. Treaties, indeed. Peace. The virility of a nation is in direct proportion to its fighting abilities. I will live to see the day when this country fields an army of 1,000,000 men who can sweep away anything in its path. Oh, your pardon, Mrs. Chamberlain. I get carried away. Now, you're not some kind of pacifist, too, are you, Driscoll?
Me? No. I guess I'm just a poor fool who's seen too many young men die because of too many old men who fight their battles at dining room tables.
Oh, my goodness. I take offense at that remark.
And I take offense at armchair warriors who don't know what a shrapnel wound feels like, or how death smells after 3 days in the sun, or the look in a man's eyes when he knows he's minus one leg and the blood is seeping out of him. You have an enthusiasm for planting the flag, Mr. Hanford, but you don't even have a nodding acquaintance with what it's like to bury men in that same soil.
I'll not sit here and listen to talk like that.
Of course you won't. You'll go back to your bank, and it'll be business as usual until the next dinner time, when you'll give us another vacuous speech about a nation growing strong by filling up its graveyards. Well, you're in for some gratifying times, Mr. Hanford. There'll be a lot of graveyards to fill. In Cuba, then in France, then all over Europe and the Pacific. You can sit on the sidelines and wave pennants because, by your definition, this country is going to get virile as the devil. From San Juan to Inchon, we'll show how red our blood is because we'll spill it. And there are two very unfortunate aspects to all this. One is that you'll never have to spill any, and the other is that you won't live long enough to know how right I am.
Oh, dear, such a violent man.
Excuse me, please. Mr. Driscoll.
Well, have I properly endeared myself to everyone inside?
I've been here almost 2 years, Mr. Driscoll. 2 years of meal times with Mrs. Chamberlain's homemade pies and Mr. Hanford's rhetoric. I lost a father and 2 brothers in the war, all 3 on a single afternoon. I was just an infant at the time, but for the 12 years my mother lived, we had a funeral every day. She never stopped mourning. I think they died for something, Mr. Driscoll. But tonight, for the first time, somebody made a point that patriotism doesn't have to mean dying.
Thank you for saying that, Miss Sloane.
Call me Abby, Mr. Driscoll.
Paul.
Do you know something, Paul? You look like a man in love. Not with a woman, with a moment, a place. What did you mean when you said other graveyards, other wars? Those names, what are those places?
It doesn't matter.
Why do I get the feeling that you're standing outside looking in, that you're just passing by?
I don't want to pass by, Abby. I want to come in. I wish I could.
Why can't you? Everything is possible. Everything.
Is it? I wish I could be sure.
I believe I already am.
Garfield's been shot!
Quickly, what's the date?
Why, the 2nd of July. Did he say the president's been shot?
July 2nd, 1881, that's right. President James Abraham Garfield shot in a Washington railway station.
But it just came over the telegraph. How do you know? How could you?
You're wrong, Abby. Not everything is possible.
Why, Paul?
I can't tell you why. But it begins again.
What do you mean?
Nothing. So be it, then. So be it. It's late, Abby. Very, very late. It's time to go home.
Oh. Good morning, Paul. Mr. Driscoll. We missed you at breakfast.
Sorry, I must have overslept. Is that the morning paper?
Yes. You may read it if you like. I'm finished. The president was badly wounded.
So I see.
But there's hope for his recovery. I guess sometimes that's all that's left, isn't it? Hope.
I suppose so.
Maybe that's wrong. Maybe we should be more realistic. If we find something that we want and need but can't have, perhaps we shouldn't give in to hope.
Abby, I'm sorry. I wish I could explain it to you, but I can't. I couldn't make you understand.
It's perfectly all right. Really, it is. You've got to forgive school teachers. They're inclined to read too many things into a glance, a word, a touch. Well, I've got a busy day today. So much to do preparing for tomorrow. Parade at 9, square dancing at 11, games from noon to 5, picnic supper, and then fireworks. And my children, of course.
Your children?
27 flat little voices. 14 boys, 13 girls, who will entertain you with their rendition of Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean, sung in 27 different keys.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
All right, then. We'll leave it at that.
How do, Mr. Driscoll?
Morning, Mr. Hoffman.
She does an awful good job with those kids, Miss Sloane.
So I've heard.
Pretty, too, for a schoolmarm. The ones I had when I was a kid, they looked like they came out of a pickle jar.
Mine, too.
You like this town?
More than I can say.
Well, you might make it here if you've got what it takes. And from what I've heard, I'd say you do. You want to be more careful with your words, though. Mostly Republicans. Still and all, a nice little town. Doesn't change. That schoolhouse, I'll bet she's 75 years old as she stands, and I expect she'll stand till somebody pulls her down. Well, morning to you, Mr. Driscoll. I'm off to work. God bless President Garfield.
The school building. That's what I was trying to remember. Oh, my dear God. The site of the Holmesville National Bank, formerly occupied by a school built in 1823 and gutted by fire July 3rd, 1881, injuring 12 children. The fire was caused by a kerosene lantern on a runaway wagon. And I can't do anything. I can't warn anyone. It has to happen the way it's supposed to, like the president. I'm sorry, Mr. Garfield. Recover you shall not. You're to die on September 19th of this year. And the schoolhouse you're to burn this afternoon. 12 children injured, and God help me, I have to stand by and let it happen. The site of the Holmesville National Bank, formerly occupied by a school built in 1823 and gutted by fire July 3rd, 1881, injuring 12 children. The fire was caused by a kerosene lantern on a runaway wagon.
No! Everything is cause and effect. Go back in time to this Homeville. Change one event. Alter it minutely. You might start a chain reaction beyond anything even you can imagine.
How are you today, Mr. Driscoll?
Whiskey, please.
Bother you, does it?
What?
Those kids trying to sing. Well, they won't be at it long.
What's that?
Hard to keep them in during the summer, but Abby's doing a good job of it.
Give me another one, will you?
Sure thing. Something wrong? I ain't trying to butt in on your personal affairs, but you drink like a troubled man.
What time is it?
10 minutes or 2? I give him another 10 minutes or so.
I've got to try.
How's that?
Why the devil doesn't she let them out of there?
How's that?
Nothing. Just a runaway wagon with a kerosene lantern. That's all it takes.
All right, neighbors, gather round and get ready for a revelation. Just close right in, next to the wagon. That's it. Know why I'm holding up this lantern?
You're gonna tell us anyway, ain't you?
Like Diogenes' good friends, I'm looking for an honest man.
Well, you ain't gonna find one here.
An honest man who'll try one sip of Dr. Malone's alternative and tell me it's not the finest medicine he's ever tasted. This little bottle right here, why, it combines all the treatments for scrofula, King's Evil, ulcers, indolent tumors, rheumatism, gout, scurvy, neuralgia, enlargement of the bones, joints, and glands, not to mention the liver and spleen, also terror, ringworm, biles, and carbuncles. And the cost, friends? A mere 25 cents the bottle.
Do me a favor, will you?
What's that, young man?
Don't light the lantern.
Why, I have to light it, to shed light on the subject.
Please, put it out!
An incredible price, you say? I'm not in the business for profit. I travel the length and breadth of this glorious nation to cure the sufferings of mankind. The ridiculously low price barely covers the cost of ingredients, bottling, and my own primitively simple existence. How about you, madam? Nervous disease? Dropsical swellings, or constitutional disorders, guaranteed to alter a depraved or impure state of the blood and other bodily fluids.
Well, I suppose I'll try it.
Better give me one, too. How much if I buy 2?
Why not a dozen? Take them home to your family and your neighbors. One 25-cent piece each. That's all. How about you, young fella? One swallow, and you'll feel more manliness coursing through your body.
Unhitch the horses.
What's the trouble? Dyspepsia? Liver complaint? Here's what you need.
I need those horses unhitched from the other end of your wagon.
Now you listen here, young man.
They've stopped singing. That means they're almost finished. Look, I can't argue with you anymore. You've got to unhitch those horses. This wagon mustn't move from this spot.
You get out of here now. Go on. You hear me?
All right, then. I'll do it myself.
Get away from my horses!
Abby! Abby, get the children out of the schoolhouse! There's going to be a fire, do you hear me? There's going to be a... Ah! Oh there! Stop!
Look, it's the whole schoolhouse!
Get the fire wagon!
Oh my God, the children!
Get out, children! Run! Run!
The children!
Stay back!
But I've got to get them out!
Stop them! Hold them down! It's too late, mister! It's too late!
The children.
We got them out. Only a few were injured, none badly.
12 children.
How did you know? You did, didn't you? You knew it would happen.
At 2 o'clock this afternoon. What I didn't know was that I would cause it.
Who are you?
It really doesn't matter. I shouldn't have come here. It can't work. I know too many things. Too many tomorrows. All the wars, all the catastrophes, all the tomorrows.
How, Paul? How did you know?
You're part of history, Abby. You and this town and the people in it, and I can't change you. I can't even touch you.
Why not?
Because the past is inviolate. It belongs to those who lived it. It's not for interlopers, but those who pass by and look in and wish they were a part of it. Goodbye, Abby. Stay well.
Where are you going?
Back to where I came from. Where I belong. I wanted bandstands and summer nights. Serenity. But the infinitely complicated mechanism of a human being. He can't live with the threat of a bomb. And he can't live with burned-out school buildings either. The finite or the infinite, it doesn't make any difference. He's always his brother's keeper. In a way, it was more than I expected because you were here, but I've overstayed my welcome. Hello, Harvey.
Back so soon?
As it happens, back a little late.
You changed something?
I tried to. And in doing that, I caused it.
And now, where do you go, Paul?
Here? where I belong. That's what I've learned, to leave the yesterdays alone. I'd rather do something about tomorrow. That's what counts. The tomorrows. God, let there be tomorrows.
Incident on a July afternoon, 1881. A man named Driscoll who came and went, and in the process learned a simple lesson, perhaps best said by a poet named Lathbury, who wrote, "Children of yesterday, heirs of tomorrow, what are you weaving, labor and sorrow? Look to your looms again, faster and faster fly the great shuttles, prepared by the master. Life's in the loom, room for it, room." Our tale of clocks and calendars in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
No Time Like the Past, starring Jason Alexander with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Doug James, Michelle Graff, Nicholas Ruddle, Christian Stolte, Micah Jacoby, Owen Yen, Linda Ryder, Roderick Peoples, Rich Komanek, Carl Amari, Roger Wolski, Vince Amari, Paul Patch, and Richard Shavzin. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Oh, no, where am I? What am I doing outdoors? I don't remember leaving my... Oh, it's so dark. I don't live here. Or here. Which is my house. Oh, I must get home.
May I assist you, madam?
You startled me. I've lost my way. My home is somewhere around here, I'm sure, but I don't know where.
Perhaps I can help you find it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't even know how I came to be out here.
It's certainly not safe at this time of night.
Oh, at any time.
Well, surely the daytime when the streets are crowded.
No, that's when it's most dangerous. For me. So you see, I never go out.
Never?
Never.
But, dear lady, why not?
I'm afraid.
Afraid? Of something or someone?
Someone. It's difficult to explain.
Please, try me.
Oh, I'm not sure you'd believe me. You'd think I'm just a senile old woman.
I'd believe you, Wanda.
What did you call me?
Wanda. That is your name, isn't it?
Yes, but I didn't tell you that.
You didn't? Are you certain?
Yes, I'm certain. How do you know my name?
Because I've been looking for you for a long time, Wanda.
Oh, no.
You've kept me at bay for many years, but no longer.
No! Get away from me!
There's nowhere to turn, Wanda. You don't know where you are, remember? You certainly couldn't run from me, a frail old woman like you.
Please! No, I won't let you!
Say that again. It amuses me. You won't let me? How do you imagine you're going to stop me? You really have no choice, Wanda. There's nowhere for you to go now. Come to me, old woman. Take my hand.
No!
Take my hand.
No! No! Oh, it was the dream. The dream again. I'm home. Of course I'm home. Where else would I be? But is it night or day? Oh, that's right. The clock is broken. It's been broken a long time. Can't get it repaired, can I? Not without going. No, I can't. I mustn't. I have to resist every temptation. Oh, really, Wanda? How could you be so careless? How could you fall asleep before... Oh, I must check. Yes. The boards and the windows are still secure. Is that... Can I feel a breeze? Is there a gap? Oh, not enough. Not enough. He still can't get in. Oh, what about the door? Chain is on. And the door is locked. Good. He can't come in that way either. Yes, I'm safe. Safe for another day. But I've been careless. Really, falling asleep before checking. I mustn't take chances. I can't take chances. Not while he's out there. And he's always out.
Miss Dunn? Miss Dunn, are you all right in there?
Who are you?
It's Barry. Mr. Fabian, you know, from the grocery store. I know we've actually never met, but, well, we've spoken on the phone, Miss Dunn. At least we used to. Do you even have a phone anymore? Anyway, you know me, right?
What do you want?
I'm delivering your groceries, Miss Dunn. You remember? Charlie, the kid who works for me, was supposed to bring them, I know, but he called in sick. Yeah, kids these days, huh? No sense of responsibility. Anyway, I thought I'd better get them to you now instead of waiting till tomorrow. I figured, you know, you'd be waiting for them. Is that all right?
Put the food through the letterbox.
The letterbox, right. Okay. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Fabian. Your money is coming under the door now.
Under the door.
Here it is.
Miss Dunn, wouldn't it be easier to just...
$6 and...
Okay.
32 cents.
Many thanks, Miss Dunn, but...
Good day to you, Mr. Fabian.
Miss Dunn, Are you still there?
Yes? What is it?
Well, I've been thinking. I just wonder, Miss Dunn, does anybody else bring you food?
I really don't see what business of yours that is, Mr. Fabian.
Well, no, it's nothing like that, I promise you. I mean, this isn't anything to do with business. I'm just concerned for your well-being. I mean, it seems to me a person can't live on food big enough to fit through a letterbox.
I can assure you, Mr. Fabian, I'm in no danger of dying as long as I observe this strict regimen.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear you talk like that, but I don't know. Maybe if I could come in for a minute.
Come in?
Yeah, I just want to talk, Miss Dunn. I mean, I can't do that so well out here. I really think you need to see a doctor.
Out of the question. No one is coming in here, Mr. Fabian. Not a doctor and not you.
Miss Dunn, could you open the door, please?
Go away!
Miss Dunn, I just want to help you.
I know what you want. Leave me alone.
Miss Dunn, all
I know who you are.
You do? Well, that's good. That's very good. Myself, I have a very bad memory. Every morning, you know, my wife gives me a pen. Every day I lose it somewhere. So, will you let me in?
Stop trying to get in here. You won't get me. Just go away and leave me alone.
Come on, Miss Dunn. Look, I've got other deliveries to make. I just want to help you if I can. I think you could use a little help. Ah, the heck with it. Good luck living here in this neighborhood. What's left of it.
Go away. I won't let you in. I won't let you get me. Leave me alone. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Please! Freeze!
What's going on out there?
Help! Is anyone in there? You gotta help me.
What is it? Go away!
I've been shot. I need help. Please. Please do something to help.
Who are you?
Officer. I'm a police officer. Please, you have to open the door. I need help. I've been shot.
You're lying to me. I know you. You can't fool me.
No, I'm not trying to fool you. Please. I think I'm dying.
You can't trick me so easily. You're no policeman. Why can't you just leave me alone? I know who you are. I know what you are.
An old woman living in a waking nightmare. An old woman who has fought 1,000 battles with death and has always won. Now she's faced with a grim decision. A decision that might to others seem the simplest in the world. That of whether or not to open a door. And in some strange and frightening way, she knows that this seemingly ordinary door leads to the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Nothing in the Dark, starring Marshall Allman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Please. Why won't you help me?
Stop this! Why must you do this to me?
I'm losing a lot of blood. It's so cold out here.
Listen to me. I'm going to open the door.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
But I'm leaving the chain on. Don't even try to touch me. I won't let you.
Don't worry. I'm not gonna hurt you. I couldn't hurt anybody.
Oh. You're so young. Almost a child.
Unless you help me, I'm gonna die. I don't think I can even move very far.
Oh, don't say that. Oh, it isn't fair. No, it just isn't fair. You keep trying to trick me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't move. Don't do that again, or I'll close the door.
What? Listen, lady. I've been shot. I'm bleeding to death. Do you understand? Do you understand? Please. My name is Harold Belden. I need a doctor. I need a doctor right away. Please, call the hospital. I can't get there myself.
I can't call the hospital. I haven't got a telephone. Not anymore.
Then let me come inside. You can't just leave me. I'm begging you, I'm freezing.
I have to unlock the door. You can't ask me to do that. You can't. I don't want to die. You understand?
So you're not gonna help me? You're just gonna let me die out here?
I know who you are.
No, I told you who I am. My name is Belden. Officer Harold Belden.
That's not her name. There is no such person. Stop trying to trick me.
I don't understand why you keep saying that. Look, it hurts. It hurts, okay? Please, lady, please.
Stop! Stop! Oh, why are you torturing me like this? I tell you, it isn't fair. I don't want to die.
Well, I don't want to die either. If I could get help for myself, I would, but I can't move. I've been shot in the side, you see? Look, look, I'm bleeding.
Oh, it isn't fair. It isn't fair.
Will you help me?
Yes. Yes, I'll help you.
Thank you. Take my hand.
What?
Take my hand. Pull me inside.
No, I won't. I mean, I can't. Oh, can't you? Can't you crawl in?
Oh, I don't think so.
Please try. Quickly. I don't want to leave the door open. That's it. Come over here. Into the bed. You just rest. Rest. Oh, what have I done? And what am I going to do? Officer? Officer? Officer?
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
What a... Oh, I'm alive.
Yes. Yes, you are.
Yeah, you're the lady that helped me.
Yes. Eventually. Now, drink this.
What is it?
Tea. There's no milk, I'm afraid. No, don't get up, officer. Conserve your strength.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Please, call me Harold. You saved my life. I owe you at least that much.
Is it good?
It's fine. Thank you. How long have I been out?
Hours.
What time is it?
I'm not sure. Morning, I think.
What do you think?
I don't have a clock.
I guess it is morning. It's hard to tell. What happened to your windows? Who boarded them up?
Well, I did. A long time ago now. But they're still as strong as ever.
What? Why would you do that?
Oh, I have my reasons. Well, we all have our own reasons for doing things. Why would you want to be a policeman? To be in a job where people try to kill you? Well, why would you want to court death like that?
Court death? I don't know that I'd put it that strongly. I do what I do because there's just some jobs that have to be done.
You mean it's a sort of vocation?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Listen, Mrs.
It's Miss Dunn.
Listen, Miss Dunn. You should try to get some rest yourself.
You need it more than I do.
No, really, I feel much better. When the doctor gets here, he'll take me off your hands for good.
The doctor?
Yeah, sure. He'll check my wound, take me to the hospital. You didn't call the doctor?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
I told you last night. I haven't got a telephone. Don't you remember?
No, I don't. I was kind of out of it last night, I guess.
Oh, of course. Perhaps you could use your radio to ask someone to come get you. Oh, you could wait outside for them.
No, I busted my radio when I fell on it. You see?
Hello.
And I don't think I got the strength left to get up on my own. Look, couldn't you go to one of the neighbors?
Oh, there aren't any.
What are you talking about? There aren't any neighbors. There must be. Everyone has neighbors.
Well, I don't. Not anymore.
Why? What happened?
They've all moved away.
Not all of them. That's impossible.
All of them! Trucks came and took away their furniture. First one, and then another.
Is something happening to these buildings?
I wouldn't know.
I'm sorry to ask, but how can you not know something like that? I mean, if it was my home...
I don't have a great deal of contact with the outside world. I haven't for quite some time. I couldn't even tell you who the president is.
Wow. But there has to be somebody around who can help, you know? Or maybe a phone booth somewhere where you could call a doctor.
Perhaps. I don't know. But even if I could call the doctor somehow, I couldn't take a chance and let him in.
Why not?
It's too dangerous.
Dangerous for you?
Yes.
You let me in.
Oh, I didn't have a choice. You were going to... I didn't know if I could trust you, but I'm still alive.
Of course you're still alive. What do you think I was gonna do? I mean, but the doctor, he's not gonna be any harm to you.
I keep telling you I can't let the doctor in. I can't let anyone else come in. Don't you see? It might be him.
It might be him. Who? Him who?
Mr. Death.
Mr. Death? What?
I know he's out there. He's trying to get in. He comes to the door and knocks. He begs me to let him in. Last week, he said he was from the gas company.
The gas company?
Oh, he's clever. After that, he claimed to be a contractor hired by the city. He said this building was condemned, that I'd have to leave. But I knew who he was. I kept the door locked, refused to let him in. Eventually, he went away.
Condemned, huh? I mean, that explains why there's no one else in the neighborhood.
No, he knows I'm on to him. Yesterday, he said he was Mr. Fabian from the store. But all he really wanted was to come in. That's all he ever wants.
Wait a second.
No, it's no use. You wouldn't understand. I knew you wouldn't. How could you?
Well, I mean, wait, but I want to understand. I do. I mean, this man you're afraid of, you say he's Mr. Death.
That's right.
You don't mean just anybody, do you? You mean like death, right? Death.
That's right.
So is this Mr. Death a person like you or me?
I know it sounds crazy to someone like you, to anyone but me, but it's true. I know it's true.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but, I mean, people die all the time, all over the world. Now, how could one man be in all those places at once?
I don't know. Don't ask me that. Maybe there's more than one of him. Maybe.
I didn't mean to upset you. Please don't cry. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm sorry. Okay? Can I have another cup of tea? Please?
Of course.
Tell me about Mr. Death.
Your tea.
Thanks. Please, Mr. Death. I would like to know about him.
All right. At first, I couldn't be sure. It was a long time ago. Everything is. It's been so long since anything happened to me. But I was on a bus. There was an old woman sitting in front of me, knitting a scarf, I think. There was something about her face. I felt I knew her. Then a man got on the bus. He wasn't special in any way. Not short, not tall, not fat. Just a man. I remember that there were empty seats, but he sat down right next to the old woman. He didn't say anything to her, but I felt that his being there upset her in some way. But I couldn't understand why. He seemed like such a nice man. When the old woman dropped her ball of yarn, he bent down and picked it up, right in front of me. He held it up to her. I saw their fingers touch. He stood up and got out the next stop. I couldn't move. It was as if I knew what had happened. But I couldn't do anything. I was just so frightened. When the bus finally reached the end of the line, the driver came over to the woman. He thought she was asleep. But I knew she was...
What, dead?
Dead. And right then and there, I knew it was his touch that killed her.
Okay, but you said it yourself. She was an old woman. Okay, just because this man touched her...
Mr. Death.
Just because he touched her hand, it doesn't mean he killed her. Maybe what you saw was just what it looked like. A man trying to be helpful. I mean, the real cause of her death might have been, I don't know, a heart failure or a stroke or something. I don't know.
No, he killed her.
Okay, I'm a cop. I've seen dead bodies. I've seen people that were killed by guns, knives, but never by a touch, okay? The man being there when she died, that's just a coincidence.
But seen him since then, several times. I've seen him in crowds. I've watched for him. Every time someone I knew died, he was there.
He, the same man, the one on the bus.
No. Once he was a young soldier, then a salesman, a taxi driver. Someone you wouldn't notice unless you were watching closely.
But you could see him.
Oh, yes. And I wondered why that should be. Why I could see him when no one else could. And then I knew.
Why?
It was because I was getting older. And my time was coming. I could see clearer than younger people, people like yourself. Now, do you understand? Oh, I know you don't believe me. That would be too much to ask of anyone. But do you at least understand? Please. I have to know.
All right. Maybe. Maybe, okay? But if there is some Mr. Death who's able to visit all the people in the world like Santa Claus...
Don't mock me.
I'm not meaning to mock you, okay? I would never do that. I swear. But if he's real...
He is.
If he's real, then I don't see what the problem is.
You don't see what the problem is? Oh, you must be joking.
No, I mean, if you know what he looks like, what have you got to be afraid of? If you're right, and you can see death, I'd say you're kind of fortunate.
Fortunate?
Sure, yeah. I mean, you'd be able to see him coming. You could just avoid him.
Oh, didn't I tell you his face is always different? He's different sizes, different ages, different races. I couldn't be sure.
Well, how about when you go out?
Out?
Sure. Well, I know you said you don't have much contact with the outside world, but you have to go out sometime. I mean, to the shops or something, you know? Now, couldn't he touch you then, if he wanted to?
No.
Why not?
I never go out. Never.
Never.
Oh, I haven't been out for years. I don't know how many. I don't keep count. That would be too depressing. But I suppose you can guess from the smell. You're too polite to mention it. But it must bother you as much as it bothers me.
So what do you do about food?
The boy at Mr. Fabian's store delivers it. But I never open the door to him.
How can you live like this?
Oh, don't think I enjoy it.
So why do you do it?
Because if I don't live like this, I won't live at all. If I don't watch out, if I let down my guard even for a moment, he'll get in. I know he will. I haven't always lived like this, you know. I was young once. People said I was pretty. I lived out in the sunlight. I hated to be inside even for a minute. My mother always said I'd spoil my fine complexion, but I didn't care. I loved outdoor things. I lived out in the sunlight, so warm, so beautiful. Beautiful, like I once was.
You're still beautiful.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm old and cold. I miss the warmth of the sun so much. See that patch of sunlight on the floor? Where's it coming from?
I think it's coming in from between the cracks in the boards of the window over there.
Oh, yes. It's so warm to the touch. You know, I've always hated the dark and the cold. And now I'm old. I've lived a long time, but I don't want to die. I've heard people say it was his time when an old person dies. But it's not your time if you're not ready to die. I'd rather live in the dark than not live at all.
Miss Dunn, I promise you, there's nothing to be afraid of. We're all alone here. Okay? There's nobody outside the door. I know you're upset, okay? And you're clearly under a lot of pressure. But I think all you need is some rest.
Officer.
Yeah, and I need help.
Oh, I don't know what to do.
Just give me some medical attention. Look, I don't know how badly I've been hurt, okay? But I've lost a lot of blood. And I need help soon. Or I don't know how much longer I can...
I've told you I can't go out there. You can't ask me to do that.
Look, this whole Mr. Death thing, I promise you, you don't have anything to worry about.
Shh. Someone's coming.
Well, get them to help me.
No!
There's nothing to be afraid of. Please, answer it. Go on. That's right. Go ahead. You're doing fine. Answer it. Go on.
I'm keeping the chain on.
That's fine. Do whatever you want. Just see who it is and get them to call for help.
I'm sorry, lady, but I got my orders.
No! Get away! Officer Belden, help me!
I can't fool around any longer. Step aside, I'm coming in. Take my hand. Easy, lady. Just lie quiet there till you get your strength back.
What?
You gave me quite a scare there when you fainted like that. Sorry I pushed you when I put my shoulder to the door. You started to faint and I offered you my hand, but you passed right out. For a second I thought that... Well, I don't even want to talk about that. But I'm glad you're okay.
And still I live.
Huh? I told you I didn't mean to hurt you. It was an accident. You're not going to sue, are you?
What do you want with me?
Here, let me help you get up. Take my...
I can get up myself.
Look, you gotta understand, man. I don't get no pleasure out of busting indoors. Who would? Except maybe some thug, but I'm no thug. I'm just a guy doing a job.
Your job?
Look, you don't seem to realize how important this is. I've got a crew and equipment coming in an hour to pull this tenement down. Begging your pardon, man, but looking at this place, I say it's long overdue. Frankly, I'm kind of surprised it's still standing.
And you're really not Mr. Death?
Mr. Who? I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. My name's Armstrong. Bud Armstrong. I don't know about any Mr. whatever you said. All I know is I got a contract to demolish this row of buildings. That's what I got to do. Everybody else moved out a long time ago. Until the other day, I thought this whole building was deserted. I seen them windows boarded up, and I figured you moved out when the rest of them did. Thank goodness I met that guy from the grocery store, that Mr. Fabian.
Oh, Mr. Fabian. Then he was real, after all.
Real? What are you talking about? I told him about my job down here, then he told me all about you, that he was worried about you. Told me he had a kid bring you your stuff. That was the first I knew about you, and it's you're darn lucky I found out. Well, you'd still be in here when the wrecking ball hits. Now, come on. We gotta get out of here.
You want me to go outside?
Sure. Didn't you just hear me? This place is coming down. You can't stay in here.
You want me to leave here?
You have to.
I can't.
It's Miss Dunn, right? Well, Miss Dunn, you were notified about the demolition job months ago. Look, I'm not out to bully you. I'm just trying to do my job here. These buildings were condemned by the city. Can't say I blame them. And I'm the one who's got to tear them down.
Tear them down? Wow, can you?
Look around you, ma'am. This building has had it. You can see that. I can see that. Anyone could see that. It's all worn out, dilapidated. All these buildings have got to come down. You seem like a nice person. A nice person shouldn't have to live in a place like this. Now let's the two of us just...
Get away from me! Don't touch me!
Please don't act like this. I ain't a monster, lady. I've got a heart just like anybody else, and I can see how you could get attached to a place, but, not want to see it wrecked. But when a building's this old, it's not fit to live in no more. It's dangerous. It's got to come down to make room for a new one, a stronger one. That's life, lady. Old make room for the new, you know?
No.
People get the idea that I'm some kind of destroyer. They think I get kicks out of tearing stuff down. But that ain't the way it is. No, that ain't the way it is at all. I just clear the ground so other people can build on it. In a way, I guess I kind of help them to it. Can't have one without the other, am I right? Look around you. It's just the way things are, like when a big tree falls in the forest and a new one grows right out of the same ground. Old animals die and young ones take their places. It's just nature. That's how it is. Even people step aside when it's time.
I won't.
When I finally kick the bucket or when I get too old to contribute, my son-in-law will probably take over
The door!
What about it? Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I didn't realize the chain was on when I put my shoulder to it. Door's okay, but the chain's had it.
You left the door open!
Hey, there's no need
Get
to...
out of my way!
You don't have to do that. What's the sense of locking a door that won't even be here in an hour? I'm on the clock here, and we've waited long enough. If you've got any possessions you want to keep, Miss Dunn, I'd move them out while there's still time. I'll help you.
You think you're helping me? I'm not going to leave here. Not with you. Not with anyone. Don't try to touch me. I don't want you anywhere near me.
Now look, ma'am, I've been nice to you. I've been trying to go easy. I know this must be tough for you. Any kind of move is a big upset, especially to an older person like you. But if you insist on staying here, I'll have to call a cop.
A cop? A police officer?
It's just for your own good. Please, cooperate, lady. Hey, where you going?
Of course. Mr. Belden! Explain it to him. Tell him the reason I can't go out there. I know you understand. I've told you everything. You'll help me, won't you? You'll help me stay? Well, say something.
What are you doing? Who are you talking to?
Oh, Mr. Belden is a policeman.
Mr. Belden? Who the heck is Mr. Belden? Is he your pet? You got a cat in here?
Please tell him.
Lady, I think maybe you're sick. You should come with me. I'll get you to a doctor.
I don't need a doctor. Mr. Belden, won't you tell him?
Okay, I get it. I see how it is. Hey, I'm sorry, but if you're still here when the crew arrives, I'll have to call a cop. I'm sorry. I wanted to make you understand, but... Okay.
What's the matter with you? Why didn't you say something? Why didn't you help me? I thought you understood. I thought you'd help me.
I think the question you should be asking yourself, Wanda, is how he looked straight at this bed and didn't see me.
You called me, Wanda. But I never told you my first name. Oh, no. No. It's not true. It's not true.
Yes, it is. The mirror, Wanda. Look in the mirror. What do you see?
I can't. I won't.
Look in the mirror, Wanda. What do you see?
I see nothing. Nothing but an empty bed.
Turn around. Now what do you see?
I see you, Mr. Death.
We'll be back to the Twilight Zone in just a moment. And now, Act 3 of Nothing in the Dark, starring Marshall Allman.
It was you. It was you all the time.
Yes. It was me.
Oh, don't get up. You're still... Oh. You're not hurt.
No. No, I'm not.
But you were shot. Those men...
Did you see me get shot?
No, but you were bleeding.
Do you see any bloodstains now?
No.
And the men? Did you see them?
You were never hurt, were you?
I can't be hurt.
You tricked me.
Yes, Wanda. I tricked you. It was all an illusion. One I created just for you. If it helps, I'm sorry. I would have preferred to avoid it if I could.
But why? Why did you do it? The moment I let you inside, you could have taken me any time.
Yes, I could have.
But you were nice. You made me trust you.
But I had to make you understand, Wanda. You see me now, and you've seen me before. Many times before. Starting with that day on the bus.
Oh, I was right. It was you.
The old lady's name was Iris. I knew then that you were upset.
Upset?
I thought it was important that you got to know me. What I said to you before, it was true.
What you said?
And you thought I was a policeman. You asked me why I did what I did.
And you said there were some jobs that had to be done.
That's right.
That it was a kind of vocation.
Actually, Wanda, you said that. But I suppose you're right in a way. Now ask yourself, am I really so bad? Am I really so frightening? You've talked to me. You've confided in me. Have I tried to hurt you?
Well, no, but...
Do you really believe I would ever hurt you?
You don't look like someone who would want to hurt me.
You see? It isn't me you're afraid of, is it? You know me now. You understand me. What you're afraid of, what you've really been afraid of all these years, is the unknown. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
Don't be afraid.
But I am afraid.
You must be very tired, Wanda.
I am.
But the running's over now. It's time to rest.
I'd like that, but...
Give me your hand.
I don't want to die.
Trust me.
No.
Mother, give me your hand.
I will.
There. You see?
See? See what?
No shock. No engulfment. no loud thunder. What you feared would come like an explosion is like a whisper. What you thought was the end is the beginning.
When will it happen? When will we go?
Go.
Yes. I'm ready now.
Look over there, on the floor.
What is there to... Oh.
Now do you understand?
It's me.
It's you.
My body. I look so calm.
You see? We have already begun. Come with me.
Yes. Please. I'd like to. It's such a beautiful day.
It is. It surely is. You know, Mr. Armstrong was right about a lot of things.
What things?
Well, for one, his son does take over the business when he dies.
Will that be soon?
Another 16 years.
Oh, dear.
It'll be quick.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm afraid I was a little harsh on him.
Now the son-in-law, he lives to be 102.
102? Oh, goodness.
I know. It's remarkable, really. Of course, the oldest person I ever met was a lady in Tibet.
Well, how old was she?
Take a guess.
Oh, I'm no good at guessing.
Come on, take a guess. You'll never believe it.
There was an old woman who lived in a room, and like all of us, was frightened of the dark, but who discovered in the minute last fragment of her life that there was nothing in the dark that wasn't there when the lights were on. Object lesson for the more frightened amongst us. In or out of the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Nothing in the Dark, starring Marshall Allman, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by M.J. Elliott and written by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Roz Alexander, Jeff Morrow, Doug James, and Mike Starr. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Custom Foley effects, sound design, and mixing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by Cerny American creatives Matt Sorrow, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com.
Miss Dunn, it's Doug James speaking.
you're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Lady Lynbrook Cosmetics. How may I make your world more beautiful? One moment. Lady Lynbrook. Oh, good morning, Tim. Yes, she's expecting your call. If you'll hold, please. Mrs. Lynbrook.
Yes?
Mr. Gunn on line 2.
What's that?
Shall I put him through?
Speak up. I can't hear you.
The Bravo account. Shall I put...
I don't know any Mr. Bravo.
It's Mr. Gunn. If you like, I'll...
Sally, please. I'm due at the photo shoot. Mr. Munn will have to call back, if that's really his name.
Gunn.
What?
Nothing, Mrs. Lynbrook.
Stop muttering, dear.
Should I tell Burton to have the car ready?
And have Burton bring the car around.
Yes, ma'am.
He's already parked downstairs.
Wayne.
Good morning, Miss Richards.
I mean, Mr. Benson.
She's getting to you?
Well, sometimes we do have a little...
Failure to communicate. Tell me about it. Last week I locked myself out of the house, had to climb in the window when she couldn't hear the doorbell. Vanity, all is vanity. Whoever said that got it right. Anyway, the limo's at the curb. Burton's waiting for her call, like a good dog.
She won't use the cell phone.
Oh, why not?
She's convinced there's something wrong with it.
Don't worry, Sally. I won't let her take the company down with her.
I'll tell her you're here.
Oh, that's all right. Let me surprise her. Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Who?
Gotcha.
Wayne, darling, I didn't hear you come in.
If I were a snake, I would have bitten you.
Well, you shouldn't sneak up on me like that. I haven't finished my makeup. Be a dear and hand me the hairspray.
You know they have makeup people at the shoot.
What?
I said you're beautiful as always.
I have to be, in case my handsome husband drops by.
Oh, I'm afraid I'll divorce you if your lipstick's on crooked.
Something wrong with my lipstick?
We need to talk.
Did you say something?
My point exactly. Rose, I've been thinking.
I have an idea. What would you say to a romantic weekend? Just the two of us.
It's about the business.
Of course, our first anniversary isn't till Valentine's Day, but we could get a head start.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. The cabin in the mountains. I could join you later.
Later? I don't understand.
Not very long. A few days
And what would I do in the meantime?
A chance to rest. Clear your head. You work so hard.
Who would run things here?
Well, I could take the reins, temporarily, of course.
But I enjoy my work.
Now, don't be stubborn. It's for your own good.
You think I can't handle it anymore? Just because this building has such dreadful acoustics.
It's not the building. Admit it. If you weren't so...
vain?
That's not what I said.
I've told you, I will not wear hearing aids. It has nothing to do with vanity. They hurt my ears. They distort everything. I wouldn't understand a word anyone says.
All the more reason to take some time off. You'll see. You'll be able to run the business more efficiently, more profitably.
I've done quite well until now, thank you.
I think you hear what you want to hear. Whenever the word business comes up.
My business, Wayne. The one I built from the ground up long before you came along.
You are the most stubborn woman I've ever met. I only want what's best for you. You know that, don't you, darling?
A company based on beauty, not on what a person can or can't hear.
Beauty is, they say, as beauty does. And the CEO of Lady Lynbrook Cosmetics understands this, or thinks she does. But truth, well, that's something else. Like perfection, it may lie in the eye or the ear of the beholder. Rose Lynbrook is about to hear one very surprising truth, intended especially for her and broadcast directly from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Now You Hear It, Now You Don't, starring Dee Wallace, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Here we are, ma'am.
Burton, why are you stopping?
I say we're at the studio, Mrs. Lynbrook.
What time is it?
We're right on schedule.
Not late, are we?
Not in the slightest.
Speak up, will you?
I'll get the door.
Would you kindly help me with the door?
Certainly.
Where is my blusher?
Ready, ma'am?
Well, I guess this will have to do.
Watch your step. The curb.
Not that door, Burton. The other one. I can't slide over leather in this dress.
I suggest the sidewalk side. Traffic this time of day is...
How's the traffic?
I say it's not safe.
Quickly! They're waiting.
I'll go around.
Man would be late for his own funeral. Well, don't just stand there. Give me your hand.
One moment, there's a bus.
Now!
But, ma'am...
Never mind. I don't need your help.
Wait! Get behind me!
Burton! Burton!
Ma'am, are you...
Burton!
Oh, did you see that?
She stepped right out into the street.
What's the matter? Didn't she hear the horn?
Must be deaf.
Oh, if it wasn't for that chauffeur, it would have hit her head on.
The poor man.
Hey, somebody! Call an ambulance!
Will you stop fussing?
I'm rechecking your blood pressure.
This dress is ruined.
I consider it a small price to pay.
I want to go home.
Not so fast.
Nothing's broken. You said so yourself.
X-rays don't always tell the whole story. I'd like to hold you for observation.
What?
Our best private room, of course, unless you demand the entire floor.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
How convenient.
This is Fashion Week. I have a contract with every designer on the runway.
I'm sure your assistant...
What's that?
I say, let your assistant handle it.
Sally? Her grandparents were hippies.
Rose, how long have we known each other?
What are you going on about?
More years than either of us cares to remember. And at that time, I've seen you through, let's say, the vicissitudes of a life well lived. From the occasional nip and tuck to brow lifts, chemical peels, injections from the endangered species list. I've done everything you asked.
You should. I pay you enough.
But I've never lied to you. The issue is no longer appearance. It's a matter of communication. If you can't interact effectively with the world around you...
Call Burton.
What?
Tell him I need him.
I'll take that as a sign of short-term memory loss rather than a hardening of the heart.
Would you not?
I'm exercising due diligence. Let's have another look at those eyes.
I've had enough of your pawing and probing.
Why don't you tell me what you remember about the accident?
This is the room. You can't go in there.
Out of my way.
Hey!
Wayne!
Stop.
Get me my purse. I need a mirror.
Rose, I got here as fast as I could.
Sir, there's a waiting room.
It's all right, nurse. This must be...
My present husband.
Wayne Benson.
How do you do?
Rose, thank God.
And my assistant, Sally Richards.
Mrs. Lindbrook, are you all right?
Why is she here?
Sally drove. As soon as we heard... What on earth happened?
A chance encounter with a rather large bus. Apparently she didn't hear the horn. Isn't that so, Mrs. Lindbrook?
What horn?
Any broken bones?
Only a few bruises. Her driver took the brunt of it.
Where is Burton?
In IC.
See that he gets the best of care.
We're doing everything we can.
Will you please take me home?
Darling, are you sure that's a good idea?
At once.
I'll make the medical decisions if you don't mind.
You can't hold me here. Not without a lawsuit.
On what grounds?
Emotional distress. Confinement against my will. And overbilling for utterly pointless tests.
You're being unreasonable, not to mention reckless.
Sally, call my lawyer.
Yes, Mrs. Lindbrook.
Very well, if that's the way you want it. You'll have to sign a release of liability.
Anything, just get me out of here.
These are muscle relaxants. Take one as needed. The other pills will help you sleep. Nurse, send up a chair.
Right away, doctor.
Why is everyone treating me like an invalid? I can stand on my own 2 feet.
Careful, darling.
The wheelchair's on its way.
I wouldn't be caught dead in one of those contraptions.
Hospital insurance requires it. But don't worry, someone can roll you to the exit with a bag over your head if you're afraid of being seen.
I could park by the ramp and back.
Would you mind, Sal? We'll meet you there.
No problem. Mrs. Lindbrook, I just want to say how relieved we all are.
What did she say?
She said you look absolutely fabulous.
Oh. What was that about Burton?
Don't worry your pretty head. I'm sure he'll get the best care money can buy.
And what is that monstrosity?
One final indignity. A standard issue neck support. You can put your scarf over it, or I'll pull the fire alarm and clear the hall.
I don't think that'll be necessary.
Good. It would be a first in this wing. Mr. Lindbrook?
Benson.
Yes, the release form is at the front desk. Be sure she initials the waiver.
Oh, Wayne, do be a dear.
Oh, right.
Scamper, darling.
And this little box is for you, too.
What is it?
A special gift.
I don't like surprises.
Go ahead, open it.
No. Absolutely not.
Give it a chance, that's all I ask.
I've made myself perfectly clear.
This is a prototype, a real advance, I'm told. They call it the H100.
I will not wear a hearing aid.
An entirely new technology. The research lab needs someone to field test it. Who knows? You might be written up in the scientific journals.
I don't want that kind of publicity.
Think of what it might mean for others.
Let them get their own hearing aids.
I tell you, you're the perfect subject.
Oh, then I shouldn't need it.
Rose, be honest with yourself this once. Anyone else would have heard that bus.
It came out of nowhere.
With 100 decibel horn blasting away? Face it, you have degenerative hearing loss, and it's only going to get worse. Look, it's no larger than a pencil eraser. An experimental microcircuit with full frequency range. And this is the wireless control unit, the size of a lipstick. At least try it.
I couldn't possibly.
Then I can't possibly release you. If I add borderline concussion to your chart, the decision will be out of my hands.
You wouldn't.
What's more important? Your vanity or your life?
It doesn't even look real.
Completely invisible once it's in place.
It won't fit.
Hold still while I insert it in the ear canal. There.
Where's my purse?
Here's a mirror. See for yourself. Even that new husband of yours won't know. From now on, you'll hear every word, every whisper. The two of you will be closer than a kiss.
Is that true?
Your secret. Trust me, this will make a new woman out of you. Go ahead, turn it on before he comes back. It's just this little switch here.
Where does she sign?
Here. Witness it on the line below.
Well,
It's too much.
all that you've been missing. Welcome back. May take some getting used to.
Here's the wheelchair, Doctor.
Very good.
I had the papers.
Use my pen. And this line for Rose.
That it?
Now into the chair, carefully.
Hold my arm, darling.
Okay, take it easy. Careful. Here we go.
Thanks. I'll take it from here.
That's all right. It's part of my job.
Get some sleep, Rose. I'll stop by and see how you're doing.
Nurse! Nurse! Where's my medication? Why won't she come?
No one came to visit.
Stop! It's just down the hall, Mrs. Lindbrook.
The rear entrance, darling.
Don't you hear that?
Hear what?
It's too much, I tell you.
Hang on, we're almost there.
Help! Mrs. Lindbrook.
Who's that?
I don't hear anything.
You'll be home soon, ma'am.
Don't leave me, Mrs. Lindbrook. I did my best. I swear.
Burton?
Don't leave me here to die. Please, ma'am. I beg you. Don't.
No. No! No!
Oh, Doc.
I told Rose I'd stop by.
You didn't need to do that.
How is she?
About the same.
Up and around yet?
She doesn't do well out of bed.
No?
Still pretty shook up.
The pills don't help?
Not much. Do you have anything stronger?
I don't know if that's wise.
Drink?
Oh, you go ahead.
I've tried to keep the pressure off, but without the business to worry about, well, she's lost.
Really?
I guess it's all she knows. She just can't cut it anymore. She doesn't even want to try.
That doesn't sound like the Rose I know.
The accident really did a number on her. She needs more downtime.
It's possible, I suppose. Or maybe she's had too much.
I'm thinking of moving her to a place in the country until she gets her strength back.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's nothing wrong with her body. Of course, if it's emotional, I could refer her to a specialist.
A shrink? She wouldn't hear of it.
Well, then let's try this. A couple of days a week back in her old office, for starters.
She's not ready.
She can sign letters, make some calls the way she used to. See how it goes.
Not a good idea, Doc.
Well, it might do her a world of good.
I couldn't allow it.
Allow? Well, she hasn't been declared incompetent yet.
No, but that's...
Let me have a look at her.
This isn't a good time.
Well, she's awake, isn't she?
I'll check.
Don't trouble yourself. I think I remember the way. First door at the top of the stairs, isn't it? Rose?
Come in, Doctor.
How did you know?
I heard you.
All the way downstairs?
Before that, when you turned the corner and drove up.
Really? That hearing aid must be more sensitive than I thought.
Oh, it is.
Imagination was always one of your strong points. You're looking well.
I look a fright.
Not at all. Mind if I give you the once-over?
I'm glad you're here.
Why, I'm positively flattered. Pulse normal. Eyes a little bloodshot. A lovely green, as ever.
Hazel, I thought you'd never come.
Something on your mind? You can always call.
He took my phone away.
Wayne?
He said it was broken.
Then I'm sure he'll get you a new one.
Don't bet on it.
Now. Let's check that blood pressure.
He wants to put me in a sanitarium.
Have you been taking the pills?
I only pretend to swallow, in case he switches them.
So you haven't been sleeping. That can make the world seem a very different place. Lie still for a moment. There. A little low, but close enough.
I'm a prisoner in my own home.
I don't see any padlocks on the doors.
The longer I stay here, the weaker I get. I'm afraid to eat. He might put something in the food.
Oh, come now.
He was right. You all were. I wasn't competent, but isn't it ironic? Because of what happened, I received the greatest gift of all, the ability to hear the truth.
Don't be dramatic. You had a problem, and I treated it. The hearing aid works well, then?
Too well. I keep it turned all the way down. Otherwise, I couldn't bear it.
Amazing what they can do with those little circuits.
I was able to hear everything again, and more. Oh, so much more. Other people, other rooms. The gardener below, the mailman on his rounds, the birds flying overhead.
Surely not.
The cleaning lady downstairs, the cook in the kitchen. Wayne, when he arrives home, before he puts the key in the door, muttering to himself, talking on his phone. He doesn't know I hear, but I do. All of it.
A trick of acoustics, air vents in the walls.
I know my own house.
All right, Rose. I'll play along. So, you think you hear voices? Let me guess. Talking about you, are they?
I am not paranoid.
An overworked imagination is more like it. That and too much time on your hands. Lying here with nothing to do, your mind heating up like a compost heap.
Get out.
I've offended you.
Do as I say.
There's the Rose I know, the one who suffers no opposition, who stands up for herself at the drop of
I'll prove it to you. Go into the hall. Now.
That's the spirit.
Close the door and begin speaking.
What would you like me to say?
Anything. Whisper it as softly as you can.
Very well.
Now, where's the control?
Testing 1, 2, 3. That late already? Traffic will be a nightmare.
That should do. You can come back now.
Well, what card did I pick?
You took exactly 7 steps to the end of the hall.
Very good. A security camera? Oh, of course, the floorboards do creak.
The alarm on your wristwatch. It beeped 3 times before you turned it off.
Now that is a neat trick. Where's the hidden microphone?
And feel free to bill me, Doctor, for the inconvenience of rush hour traffic.
How did you know that?
You spoke it under your breath.
Did I? Yes, I must have. Either that or I'd have to conclude your little hearing aid picks up people's thoughts. and I'm afraid I don't believe in magic.
Believe what you like.
Occam's razor is good enough for me, a scientific principle I learned in medical school. It says, begin with the simplest explanation. Anything else is merely spinning our wheels.
I know what I hear.
Do you?
I'm nobody's fool.
No, you're not. You're a stubborn, hard-headed businesswoman. One who learned how to think for herself.
I had a good teacher.
That you did. Your first husband, Jake, rest his soul. I remember when he founded the company. And you, listen to me, you had the courage to take it to the next level. By thinking pragmatically, not by worrying over imaginary enemies.
Yes, I did that, didn't I? On my own, using the tools he gave me. So if I have to deal with this on my own...
But you're not alone. Do you know how lucky you are? There's a man downstairs who only wants what's best for you. He'd do anything to make you happy.
But I heard him talking to that girl, hatching some sort of plan.
Snap out of it. No one's trying to hurt you. Can't you see what's happened? You suffered a shock and a delayed reaction, what they call post-traumatic stress. And now your thoughts are trapped in a tape loop, playing the fear over and over again. That's not something you're used to, is it? Learning to rely on others. Learning to trust yourself again.
No.
Wake up, Rose. You are not a victim. Never have been and never will be. It's time to start thinking again about what's best for you, for the business.
You make it sound so easy.
What do people do when they fall off a horse, You know the answer as well as I do. Get right back in the game. But first things first, start with some real rest. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care.
But I do hear things.
So you told me. You know what that is? Your own insecurities talking. Not hard to understand, considering that you've been running on empty. I'm going to give you an injection, and tomorrow everything will seem 100 times clearer. I promise.
I wish I could believe you.
Give me your arm. There. I'll schedule you for a physical in a couple of days. Afterwards, you might want to stop by the Lynbrook building. I bet they've missed you.
They should. I am Lady Lynbrook.
Hold that thought, Rose. Never, ever forget who you are.
Doctor?
Yes?
I meant to ask you about Burton.
Your driver?
Nobody's told me anything. But I know he has family. I want to continue his salary with full benefits.
That would be very decent of you.
His injuries must have been quite serious. I heard him, you know.
When?
On my way out of the hospital. He was in the last room at the end of the hall in severe pain. I told the nurse, but she acted as if she didn't know what I was talking about. You really should do something about your help.
Why didn't you call me?
That old duck came nosing around.
I waited all day.
Keep your voice down.
Dr. Wrightson.
Miss Richards, isn't it? Nice to see you again.
Miss Richards stopped by to get some papers. She was just leaving, weren't you, Sally? Miss Richards.
Yes. Yes, I was.
How's Rose?
Much better.
Is she?
Don't bother with the pills tonight. I administered a sedative. With any luck, she'll sleep through till morning. Bring her by in a day or two, and I'll give her the all clear.
Isn't that rushing it a bit?
Don't worry. She's a lot tougher than you think.
I hope you're right.
See you soon, then.
if she's up to it.
Something tells me she will be. Bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, Doctor. Is that Sally? Why is she here? What are they saying?
He's on to us.
Relax.
I can't take much more of this weight.
It won't be long.
When?
At the cabin in the mountains. Tonight.
Doctor, come back. I was right. I need you now. So this is how it ends. I seem to remember being carried from the house. It was still daylight, but the night was coming.
I need you, Sally. Lift her feet.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, help me get her to the stairs.
Well, what?
She's coming too.
No, she's not. I'll drive her. Meet me at the cabin in your car. No one will know you were there. Okay.
It could have been a dream. For a time I thought it was. I couldn't wake up. There was too much medication in my body from the injection. But it was all too real. The lake, the cabin, the one Jake built for me. Only this time I wasn't here with Jake. I heard Wayne in the room below the loft. I tried to sit up.
Easy, Mrs. Lindbrook.
Sally?
Go back to sleep.
Where am I?
In bed. Where else?
What?
I said, go back to sleep. Now.
I found some firewood.
She keeps drifting in and out.
Wayne, I want to go home.
Sure, my love. As soon as you get your rest.
It doesn't matter what we say. She can't hear. Can she?
Not a word.
Why are you doing this? I don't understand.
No. Don't worry, you will.
How long is this going to take?
I have to make it look right. She was feeling better. She wanted to go to the mountains. Why not? Then at some point the excitement got to her and she stopped breathing.
How are you going to accomplish that?
A simple pillow over the face. No marks. And the only drug in her system will be what the doctor gave her. Who knows? Maybe it was too much for someone her age. And we're so far out in the country. It'll take the ambulance forever to get here. What a shame.
No.
Isn't that so, darling?
I don't want to see this.
You won't. It'll happen in the middle of the night. By then you'll be back at your apartment in the city.
Why don't I just leave now?
And miss the festivities? I brought champagne to toast your new job.
I'm going to start a fire. It's freezing in here.
Wayne?
Shh, 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 shh. Now, Rosie, you need your strength if you want to make it through the night.
Please.
Save your breath. Save your breath. That's right. Close your mouth, or I'll do it for you.
Eventually, the medication started to wear off. I heard them downstairs by the fire. They thought I was still asleep. I could barely walk. My legs were too weak. Even if I could, there was no place to go. The lake on one side, the mountains on the other. I didn't need to turn on the hearing aid. I knew what they were doing. They were celebrating. When I was a little girl, I used to play hide and seek. We covered our eyes and put our fingers in our ears while one of us hid in a secret place. I was very, very good at that. No one ever found me. So tonight I would have to be it again. Except that this time there was no place to hide. Even climbing out of bed took all the strength I had. There was no way out, only the window, and it was too high for me to jump. But I knew the cabin well. I had designed it myself with Jake. A rustic dresser, a cedar chest, a small closet with a concealed wall safe. The only thing left was to listen, more closely than I'd ever listened in my life, so I'd know when he came for me. I turned up the hearing aid as high as it would go and waited. I willed myself to stay awake, curled up in bed like a child afraid of the boogeyman. But I was not a child anymore.
You let me fall asleep. Where are you going?
It's time.
Now.
Yes, now. I'm coming to get you, Rosie. Where are you? Gotcha.
Stop right there.
You're supposed to be asleep.
I said, don't come any closer.
I only came to kiss you goodnight.
Not another step.
What have you got there?
A .38 caliber Smith & Wesson. What does it look like?
Careful now. You might hurt yourself.
Stand back.
Where did you get it?
My first husband kept it in the safe. Ah, you didn't know about that, did you?
Rose.
I remembered the combination.
Put the gun down.
One of the things he left me.
Come on.
The tools I needed to survive.
Come on. Give it to me.
I'm warning you!
What did you do that for?
Stay down!
You don't get it.
Don't make me shoot again.
It was nothing personal. Just business.
Business? You pathetic man. I am the business. My name is Rose Lynbrook.
Anything else, Lieutenant?
We'll need a copy of the autopsy.
Of course. I'll send it over this afternoon.
We have it listed as a gunshot wound in the chest.
That's right. A single shot to the heart.
Well, I guess that's enough for now.
What about the assistant?
The Richards girl? Kidnapping, conspiracy to commit murder. She confessed everything. The deceased Wayne Benson says he was going to take over the business. He promised to make her the new Lady Lynbrook.
Fools. There's only one of those.
Here's my card. Call me when Mrs. L can make a full statement.
It shouldn't be long, a day or two. She's a remarkable lady.
Thanks, Doc.
Not at all. Yes, nurse.
Will you need me for anything else this morning?
I guess not. I was just going over the test results from R&D.
The hearing aid? What did they say?
Looks like she was right.
About what?
It wasn't calibrated correctly. The gain was boosted way too high. So, I guess that explains it.
I'm not sure I follow.
She could have heard voices at a distance. From another room, say. If they didn't burst her eardrums first. No damage done, fortunately. The H-100 might actually have saved her life.
Did she ever... Oh, it's none of my business.
Go ahead, Janet.
Well, I was just wondering, did she say anything to you? Didn't she suspect what her husband was up to?
Yeah, patients say a lot of things to their doctors. Some real, some imaginary. The trick is to know the difference. This time I should have listened more closely.
She must have been terrified.
She's lucky she didn't lose her mind. Want to hear something really peculiar? The frequency response. They used a new type of limiter circuit. Only it didn't work. So the high end was off the scale.
So that's what she was complaining about.
Not only the decibel level, but the extended upper frequencies. I don't see how anybody could bear it, except for a dog.
Above the normal range?
Way above. Beyond any instrument we've got. If there are sound waves that high, no one's ever measured them. I'm surprised it didn't drive her insane.
But sounds like that, where would they come from?
Don't ask me. Some other place. One we don't know anything about. I'm just spinning my wheels.
It is strange, though.
Yes, it is. Because she swears she heard some very odd things. She believes she had a conversation with her husband, Wayne, for example, after she shot him. Of course, that's impossible. He died instantly. One shot, straight through the heart.
And after the bus accident.
Hmm?
Well, when I wheeled her out of the hospital, she said she heard patients at the end of the hall crying out in pain, including her chauffeur.
I know.
But she couldn't have. The limo driver died in ICU while she was here. And the room at the end of the hall? Well, you know what that is.
Yes. The morgue.
Paging Dr. Stateman. Dr. Stateman, please.
Hey there, Janet.
Hi, Mimi.
Going to lunch?
I'll meet you in the cafeteria, right after I drop this off.
Okay, great.
Mrs. Lynbrook. Mrs. Lynbrook. Sorry. How are you feeling?
What?
I brought your hearing aid back, just as you asked. It should work perfectly now. They've recalibrated it. Here, let me fit it in your ear.
I can do it myself.
If you like. Ready for some lunch? Did you hear me? I said, are you ready for some lunch?
Oh, stop fussing. I have what I need now.
Well, if you need anything else, just buzz the nurse's station. Doctor will be by in a while. Till then, I'll leave you alone so you can rest.
Oh, but I'm not alone now. They are with me, the voices of the dead. So many new ones, coming and going in this place. I have to listen very, very closely. And one day, perhaps, just perhaps, I'll hear all of their secrets, all the things they have to share with me. Jake, are you here? Speak to me, my love. If you're with me, speak now. I'll be able to hear. Where are you? Jake? Jake!
Beauty is as beauty does, and love, like real beauty, never dies. Here or in the Twilight Zone.
Now You Hear It, Now You Don't, starring Dee Wallace, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Dennis Etchison from a story by Carl Amari. Heard in the cast were Norm Woodell, Rob Riley, Jim McCants, Jennifer Joy, Sia Moody, Mimi Ayers, Joby Cerny, and Alex Sopner. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Yes?
Hi, Marilyn.
Oh, hi, Val.
Guess what?
What?
I got a catalog this morning.
That's nice.
I'll hold it up so you can see. Didn't you hear me? I said I got
What's so special about a catalog? You get a lot of them, don't you?
Yes, but this one is from the Bureau.
Oh.
Well, isn't that simply the greatest?
I suppose so.
You suppose? Wait till you see it. It's beautiful.
I know.
You think you do, but you can't. Not until you've seen it for yourself.
I got one, too.
You did? Why didn't you call me?
I was going to. Honest.
Isn't it wonderful? Oh, I can hardly wait. How long does it take, do you think?
I don't know. A few days.
But the transformation prom's next week.
They have to give us time to decide.
I don't need time. I've already made up my mind.
You have?
Number 12. They're so beautiful, with perfect blonde hair and those little noses that turn up at the end.
My mother's a number 12.
I know, and she looks so fabulous. Don't you think she looks fabulous? My mother's a number 14, but I always thought your mother looks so much better. Who wants to be a brunette? Nobody has dark hair nowadays. There's this one girl at school, that senior Jennifer. Well, she picked number 14. What a mistake. Nobody liked it. She tried to dye her hair last week and it came out all red and springy looking. Now she wears extra makeup. She thinks we won't notice. But her hair doesn't go with anything else. And
I have red hair.
Oh, I know.
Do you think there's something wrong with red hair?
No, honest. It's great, really. But when you think about what you'll look like after the transformation, isn't it dreamy? Maybe I'll pick number 15. They have such nice long legs. Of course, number 11 does too, just like a dancer. Not as slim as number 12, but...
I gotta go.
To look at your catalog, I bet. Hold it up to the phone so I can see.
It's not here.
Well, where is it? You didn't lose it, did you? Better check, because if you did...
My mother's got it.
Oh, good. I mean, I want to ask her a question. Do you think she's happy being a number 12? If she could give me her opinion before...
Yeah, I'll tell her. Bye, Val.
Portrait of an American girl caught in that transition known as the terrible teens. The place? A world very much like our own, with all the modern conveniences that make life healthy, happy, and safe. The time? Only a few years from now, when the passage into adulthood has been rendered as pleasant and painless as possible. The answer is technology, and the guarantee that beauty is available not only to the lucky few, but to all, equally and without prejudice. Call it the American dream. For what young girl would not want to be beautiful? Given the chance, what girl will not happily exchange a plain face for a pretty one, an overweight body for a slender one, a lonely adolescence for popularity? It's a dream that might happen tomorrow. But as we're about to see, it's already happening in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Number 12 Looks Just Like You, starring Bonnie Somerville and Charles Shaughnessy, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
What are you doing, honey?
I'm looking at the scrapbook.
My old scrapbook? Oh, dear. How embarrassing.
I think it's nice.
You should be looking at your new catalog. Here, I brought it back.
That's all right.
They all look so pretty, don't they? I can't decide. The 17 reminds me of your father. His features, I mean. But I think the 12 might suit you better.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
I don't know.
I thought we should look at it together, all right?
If you say so.
Of course, you can't see the details clearly. The holograms are so small. Just the basic faces and figures and how they look wearing different outfits. But you get the idea. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Are you listening to me?
I'm sorry, Mothers. Some of the pictures in this old album...
Sometimes I don't understand you, darling.
What do you mean?
Most girls your age are thrilled to death when it's time to choose a pattern. Have you even looked at the catalog?
Yes.
I remember how excited I was before I made my choice. I couldn't sleep for 3 nights. The patterns were all so lovely, I couldn't make up my mind. My mother had to help me decide. I finally chose number 12. I guess that's everyone's favorite.
Is it?
Aren't you excited?
Mm-hmm.
What is it in that old album that's so fascinating?
The way you were. Before.
Oh, you can't be serious.
This page, for instance.
Not that one.
It is you, isn't it? See? It says Lana Donnelly.
Oh, I can't believe how plain I was. No wonder I didn't have any friends as a child. The sandy hair, all those freckles.
Like mine?
Well, that's what you inherited. But when I see that thick waist in the picture, those ugly, shapeless legs, I absolutely want to cringe. I wish your father hadn't given you this book. Hard to believe, I know, but I'm afraid the awful truth is it's me, before my transformation.
I knew it.
I was such a sight.
I wouldn't say that. I think you were beautiful. I really do.
Well, I certainly don't. I was unbearably homely. It was always hard on me at school until, well, thank goodness for the transformation. It's the most marvelous thing that could happen to a person, and it didn't come a moment too soon.
Am I very homely now?
Of course you aren't. Not to me. But afterwards, oh, think of it. You'll be beautiful.
Mother.
Yes, dear.
May I ask you a question?
Anything at all.
Suppose I didn't want it.
What?
I wouldn't have to, would I?
Darling, what are you talking about?
At least I could wait a little while, couldn't I? Would that be all right?
Oh, I don't think so. It has to be done at just the right time, a certain stage in your growth. Later, it's much harder. That's why the Bureau notified you. The time is now.
But what if I'm not ready?
You're just nervous, darling. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. Say, I know what you need.
You do?
A glass of instant smile. I'll ring for Grace.
I don't need anything.
I think you do, if you could see yourself. But all of that will change. Just think. Turn it over in your mind and savor it. Very soon now, very, very soon, you can look like this. Or this.
Who's that one?
She's exactly your age. Isn't she beautiful? Her name is, let me see, Melanie Moore. There's no reason why this couldn't be you. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
You rang, Mrs. Q-Barrel?
Lana.
Pardon me, Lana.
A cup of instant smile for my daughter, Grace.
Yes, ma'am.
On second thought, make it 2. I could use a little pick-me-up myself.
Right away.
Teaching the help to use first names can be a problem these days. But we're all equal, aren't we?
Yes, Mother.
Remember that. After all, Grace is a number 12, too. Even if she is our maid.
Oh, Mother.
Why so glum, darling?
I'm tired. I think I'll go to my room and lie down.
That's a good idea. You're not yourself today.
Oh? Who am I?
You act as though there's something wrong with the transformation. I don't understand what possible objection anyone could have to being beautiful. After all, isn't everybody? Someone's at the front door, Grace.
Yes, Lana. Be right there.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Hello, Lana.
Oh, Rick. Thanks for coming by.
How's Marilyn?
The same.
I almost couldn't believe what you said on the vid phone.
I couldn't believe it myself. But it's true. She doesn't want the transformation. Can you imagine?
Let me talk to her.
I wish you would.
Where is she now?
In her room. I'll let her know you're here.
Yes.
Marilyn, are you awake?
Why?
Uncle Rick is here.
He is? Be right there.
That girl. You were her father's brother, Rick. What did he tell her?
How do you mean?
What could he possibly have said to give her these crazy ideas?
It's an interesting question. Don't jump to conclusions. He was a good man.
I know that.
A little strange, perhaps, but a good man. I'll have a word with her. Might not have been his fault, you know.
Then whose?
Hard to say. They pick up so many peculiar notions from the Trivid and at school.
Here she is now. Don't let on that I called you.
I won't.
Honey, look who stopped by to see you.
Hi, sweetheart.
Uncle Rick!
Oh, forget that uncle stuff, will you? You want me to start feeling old?
Oh, you're not old. Can you stay?
For a few minutes, I guess. I was just passing by and
You two will excuse me.
What's the matter, Mom?
Nothing. I'm late for my culture class.
Still taking that night course, huh?
Well, I can't miss a chance to improve myself, can I? Make yourself comfortable, Rick. If you need anything, Grace is in the other room.
Sure. Nice to see you, Lana.
Nice to see you. Come back soon, will you? We'll all have dinner together.
Sounds great. Bye now. Now then, what's all this about?
What's what about?
Well, I gather your mother is worried.
Oh.
Don't say it like that. She cares very much about you.
Because I don't want to be transformed?
Something like that.
Because I want to stay ugly.
Stop it. You're many things, honey. Most of them delightful, but you're definitely not ugly. You're just...
Just what? Not beautiful?
Some people might say so.
What would you say?
You're different looking.
Different good or different bad?
Doesn't matter. The point is, people choose transformation when the opportunity comes along.
I guess I'm not like other people.
Your father chose it.
I know. He was a number 17 just like you.
Well, yes. 17 is the favorite for men these days. Has been for the past 20 years. My brother was a perfectionist. Wouldn't settle for anything less.
Uncle Rick.
Yes?
Haven't you ever wanted to look like you?
I do look like me.
But you also look like a lot of other people.
And all considered rather handsome, or so I'm told. Is that bad?
Is it good to be like everybody? Isn't that the same as being nobody?
I think it's time you tell me.
Tell you what?
Where you've been getting these radical ideas.
My father used to say...
Your father was a handsome man, wasn't he?
Yes, but he read books. He thought about things. Sometimes we talk, just the two of us.
Everybody talks.
I mean about real things, not just electronic baseball or the super soccer team or where to buy a dress or fix your hair.
Is there something wrong with sports, Marilyn, or buying new dresses? Think of all the businesses that would close down if nobody thought about them.
But if you make that all there is in life...
Sorry, sweetie, I have to be going. For now, I'd say you're out of sorts. It's not unusual at your age. You better have a glass of Instant Smile. Ask Grace to bring one in.
I've had a glass of Instant Smile. I've had glass after glass after glass. And you know something? It doesn't do any good.
Take it easy.
I don't feel like smiling. I feel like frowning. In fact, I want to cry. I'm unhappy, and I don't know why. Do you understand? I'm just not happy.
I'll tell you what you are. I don't know how it happened, but I'd say you're a very sick young lady.
Why? Because I don't want to be like everyone else?
I'll tell your mother to make an appointment with the doctor tomorrow. Till then, take care of yourself, sweetie. And try not to worry. We'll all be better very soon. You'll see.
What's wrong with me? Somebody please tell me. What's wrong with me?
So glad you could come.
Thanks, Mrs. Q-Barrel.
Lana, please.
Oh, sure. Lana.
We haven't seen much of you lately.
I know.
Marilyn, look who dropped by.
Who?
Hi, Marilyn.
Val?
Yes, it's me.
Oh, I didn't recognize you.
Doesn't she look fabulous?
I feel fabulous. Number 12 has always been my favorite, ever since I was a little girl.
Well, it was worth the wait, wasn't it?
You bet.
Are you two going out tonight?
I don't think so, but if Marilyn wants to.
I can't. I have to do my online homework.
Just a visit, then. I'll leave you alone. I know you have a lot to talk about. Remember, Val, you're always welcome here.
Thanks, Lana.
If you need anything...
We're fine, Mother.
Don't be such a stranger, Val.
I promise. See you soon.
She told you, didn't she?
Well, yes.
And that's why you're here.
Really, Marilyn, don't you think you're being silly about the whole thing?
I think it's my own business.
Well, of course it is. But I don't understand. Nobody does.
I just don't see why I have to make up my mind right now. There's no law, is there?
But everyone has it done.
Fine. They're not me.
It doesn't hurt or anything, if that's what you're worried about. When they did mine, I didn't feel a thing.
I'm sure it didn't.
Well, what then? You like the way I look, don't you?
Sure. You look just like my mother now. Oh, excuse me. Like Lana.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing, Val. But I like you.
Of course you do.
We're friends. We'd be friends even if you didn't have the transformation. Don't you know that?
That's not the important thing.
What is important, Val?
It's like getting a new dress or a new hairstyle. You just look better. You want to look as nice as you can, don't you?
If I do it, I'll look like one of those holograms in the catalog.
That's right, you will. And they're all beautiful, aren't they? What's wrong with that?
I don't know. But somehow I have this feeling that it's wrong.
Why?
How will you know me afterwards? How will anyone know me?
That doesn't make sense. You know what I think, Marilyn? I think you're just plain weird. If everybody says it's all right, if the whole world thinks it is, then how can you say something different? I don't get it.
You're the one who doesn't get it. I don't want to look like someone else. Val, I want to look like me. I won't let them change me into something else. I won't let them. Help me, please, Val. I don't have anyone else who'll listen. Please help me.
Marilyn?
Mother?
No, I'm Miss Simmons.
Oh, you must be a number 12, too.
Why, thank you, dear. As a matter of fact, I am. Doctor will see you now.
Where's my mother?
She's already in the office. Would you like to come with me?
All right.
Dr. Hortel?
Yes, nurse?
Miss Q-Barrel is here.
Thank you, Eva.
Hello, Marilyn, darling. The doctor and I were just having a talk.
Please, call me Rex.
All right, Rex.
Would you care for a beverage, Marilyn?
No, thank you.
That'll be all for now.
Very well. Call me if you need anything.
Yes, I will.
Have a seat by me. The couch is very comfortable.
What's this for?
Oh, just a simple interview. Your mother, Lana, wanted us to get acquainted.
Why?
Rex will answer any questions you have.
I'll do my level best.
And I appreciate it. We both do. I'm sorry to have bothered you. It's such a small thing, really.
No, not at all. That's my job.
Marilyn, please, sit.
Now then, you're 18?
Yes.
Well, it must be about time to... Ah, yes, I see that you've already received your notice. Went out last week.
That's why we're here.
No, you mustn't worry.
I try not to.
Marilyn's like so many young people nowadays.
She is?
Mm-hmm. And it's our fault.
How so?
Well, because we haven't made things clear to her. It's a matter of communication. But when you deal with a bureaucracy, well, there's bound to be an information lag.
I read everything from the Bureau.
But it didn't give you any definite explanation of why you've had to wait this long. I'm sure it's been difficult. Marilyn looks at you, Lana, at the women all around her in pictures on the Trivid, and then she looks into a mirror. It has a negative effect on her self-image, not to mention her spirit.
There's nothing wrong with my spirit.
Marilyn, please.
Well, from pure perfection of body, face, limbs, pigmentation, carriage, stance, she sees herself and is horrified. Isn't that so?
Well,
Well, of course it is. The child asks herself, why must I be so hideous, off balance, oversized, awkward, when everyone around me is so perfect? In short, she's tired of being a monster. She's come close to giving up.
Dr. Rex, that's all well and good, but you don't understand.
He doesn't.
I beg your pardon?
She isn't just depressed or anxious, she's...
Well, go on, say it. You're my patient now. Everything is in strictest confidence.
Well, she's... I don't know quite how to put this.
I made up my mind.
You have?
I don't want to have the transformation.
You what?
I don't understand it either. She never said anything before, and now, suddenly...
Is this true?
Yes.
Oh, perhaps you'd like to talk about it.
Not particularly.
She won't give any reasons. She just...
Suppose you tell me, Marilyn. In your own words.
There's nothing to tell. I just don't want to change.
You do understand that transformation is a normal part of growing up. It has been for years now. In a way, it's a milestone. A sign of maturity. It means you're ready to take your place in the adult world.
How? By being like everybody else?
Well, I wouldn't say that. No, there are a great many styles in the catalogue. You're absolutely free to choose any one you like. There's no pressure on you at all. No coercion.
Isn't there?
No, that would be against regulations.
But I have to choose one, even if I don't want to. That's the way it's set up. If I don't, well, I don't even know what would happen to me.
You make it sound like you're being forced. No, that would be contrary to free will. And if there's one thing this country guarantees...
But what would happen if I don't? If I stay the way I want to be? Why do people care so much? I thought this was supposed to be a democracy where we respect everybody.
Marilyn.
Even if they want to be different. Even if they want to live their lives the way
You
they...
mustn't talk like that.
Why not?
You've been given every advantage, every privilege. We're talking about a chance to develop your full potential.
Would you mind if I conduct a test?
What kind of test?
A personality profile. For my records.
I don't see why not. Do you, Marilyn?
Come over here, please.
What's that machine?
Oh, it simply scans your mental activity, then prints it out on a strip of paper. The whole process takes a few seconds. It's quite painless, I assure you. All you need to do is sit in this chair.
It's all right, darling. I promise.
What are you putting on my head?
A cranial recorder. I'm sure you've had this done before.
You did. When you first started school, remember?
All right, close your eyes, please, and sit quietly. Now, you must understand, the transformation is desirable not only from an aesthetic point of view. It plays an important role in one's psychological adjustment. According to scientific research, it's absolutely vital. There. That's all there is to it.
What does it say?
Lana, was there anything specific that triggered your daughter's feelings? An emotional incident of some sort?
Nothing that I'm aware of. She's never shown much interest in her appearance, but I honestly can't imagine anything
Your
that
husband died in the Ganymede incident, I see.
5 years ago.
Did you ever discuss this matter with him?
Yes. I recall that he had some misgivings at first, but he finally chose number 17. Your number.
Huh, I see.
You remind me so much of him. Your eyes and the way you walk.
Well, that's hardly surprising. It's an outstanding design.
He's not Daddy, Mother, or Uncle Rick.
Now, you can go back to the couch now, Marilyn. We're all finished. Just lift the helmet off. You were very fond of your father, I take it.
Yes.
And you respected his opinions, didn't you?
He was very, very intelligent.
Oh, I'm sure he was. Did he ever tell you that the transformation was bad?
Not exactly.
I'm sure he didn't.
What did he tell you?
He said he thought it was tragic.
Jack had some ideas that were rather nonconformist, Doctor. But it was just talk. He had the highest physical and psychological rating with the rocket service.
Well, this is a very unusual case. I'll require some additional time to look into the matter. Suppose I get in touch with you, say, in a few days.
That will be fine. I appreciate your seeing us.
Did you find out?
What's that?
The machine. Did you find out what's inside my head?
Oh, your general intelligence rating is quite high. Social adaptation, good. Powers of reasoning appear normal. Oh, above normal, in fact.
Then why won't you let me make up my own mind?
Honey, please.
Why can't I? Why should I be forced to do something I don't want to do? You can't make me, can you?
Oh, no one has ever been forced to take the transformation. Now, the problem is to discover why you don't want it. Then, once we understand that, well, we'll make whatever corrections are necessary. You're something of a challenge, young lady. Don't you worry. I'm sure we'll be able to handle it. Whatever it takes.
Where are we going?
This way, please. It's just at the end of the hall.
What part of the hospital is this?
They have the private offices down here.
I thought Dr. Hortel was going to meet me.
You mean Dr. Rex? He'll be along later. Miss Marilyn Cubero.
Come in, Marilyn. Sit down.
It's too dark. I can't see anything.
Walk toward the desk.
Wait.
See the chair?
Yes, but I can't see you.
Sorry, the lamp must be right in your eyes. Let me adjust it.
Who are you?
I am Professor Friend, Sigmund Friend. You must call me Sig. Dr. Rex has told me about you. I'm here to help. Sit, please.
Help me?
Help rid you of your fears of this necessary and important...
No, that isn't true. It's not necessary.
This very necessary, very important step in your life.
But why? Why does everyone want to force me to do something I don't want to do?
Why else but for your own good?
That doesn't make sense.
Why else would the state go to so much trouble and expense? Many, many years ago, wiser men than I decided to eliminate injustice and inequality from this world. They saw in physical unattractiveness one of the factors that make men hate. And so they charged the finest scientific minds with the task of eliminating, or at least minimizing, ugliness everywhere.
But I'm not ugly. I'm not pretty, but I'm not ugly either.
To others, you may be.
Not to those who love me.
There's more to it than that. As we learn to reshape the features, remold the body, we also learn to eliminate most causes of illness, and thereby prolong life. Before the transformation, you might have expected to live 70, 80, perhaps 90 years. Now you may live twice that long, even 3 times. These are good things, don't you agree? Genuine advances for humankind.
Yes?
Your mother. She's lovely, is she not? At one time, her face and body would already have begun to show the marks of age, of decay. You would not deny her youth and beauty, would you?
But you could do that part without changing me, couldn't you? I wouldn't mind just that.
Someday you might. And then it would be too late for the transformation.
No, I'll never change my mind. I've thought about it, and I'm positive.
Why?
Did you ever read Shakespeare? Or Shelley? Or Keats?
Those books were banned many years ago. Where did you find them?
My father gave them to me. And dozens more. Aristotle, Socrates, Dostoevsky. Did you know Dostoevsky was an epileptic? Ugly, deformed, but he wrote about beauty. Real beauty.
Marilyn, I warn you. This sort of subversive talk...
Those men wrote about life, about the dignity of the human spirit, about love.
I've heard enough. Interjecting smut into this interview is not going to help your case, not at all.
Then may I go now?
I've arranged a room for you. You'll be quite comfortable.
But I don't want to stay here. I want to go home.
It's only temporary. Your mother will be informed, and you'll be allowed visitors.
Mother, did you hear what he said? They want
I'm not your mother, dear, but I am a number 12. This way.
No, you can't make me stay here.
I'm afraid you must let me decide what is best for you.
This way.
No, please.
We're not going to hurt you. We're going to help you.
Let me go! Let me go!
We're almost there. Just ahead. Third room on the left.
And you're sure she's all right?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm so glad. Did you know, Doctor, we've been best friends since preschool?
Well, she's lucky to have a friend like you. And a mother who cares so much. Like you, Lana.
I hope she's awake.
Marilyn.
Dr. Rex?
You have company.
Oh, Mother.
She was quite upset last night. I gave her something to help her sleep.
Hello, darling.
You haven't done anything to her yet.
Oh, a mild sedative, nothing more. If you'll excuse me, I have to look in on another patient.
Of course, Doctor. Thank you.
Hi, Marilyn.
Hello, Val.
Are you okay?
I think so.
We'd have been here sooner, only the doctor said you were sleeping. How do you feel?
I don't know.
What happened?
Nothing. They just wouldn't let me go. Oh, Mother, they're gonna do it anyway. They're gonna make me do it.
That's not true, Marilyn. Dr. Rex promised, remember?
He was lying.
Lying? Why should he?
I don't know, but I know he has to say that to keep people from finding out.
Finding out what?
That they do the transformation whether you want it or not.
Don't try to sit up.
Didn't you hear what I said?
I can't see why you're so unhappy, when all they want to do is make you pretty.
But they don't.
What?
Last night before I went to sleep, I remembered something. I remembered what Father told me. He said, when everyone is beautiful, then no one will be. Because without ugliness, there is no beauty. Oh, Mother, don't you see? They don't care whether you're beautiful. They want everyone to be the same. That's all.
They? Who are you talking about?
I'm afraid it's time to go now.
Already?
If it's all right, I'd like to stay and talk to Marilyn some more.
Well, just for a few minutes.
Don't worry, dear. Everything's going to be fine. You'll see.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, I was thinking about what you said, what your father said. I don't see why he's so important to you.
Val!
I mean, he's dead, isn't he? Besides, you must have had other fathers. My mother's been married 11 times. Personally, I always like the stepfathers better anyway.
Please, Val.
You've had 9 fathers since the first one. Well, haven't you? Everybody marries everybody these days.
Val, stop.
After all, how can anybody live with the same husband for 100 years? Besides, from what I hear, your first father wasn't much fun.
Stop talking about my father. You didn't know him. I loved him. He was good, kind, and he cared about me. Not the way I looked, but what I thought, what I felt. And he cared about himself, his dignity as a human being. My father wasn't killed in the Ganymede incident, Val. He killed himself.
Why?
Because when they took away his identity, who he was, there was no reason left to live.
I don't understand.
And I don't understand you, Val. Look at me. Do you ever feel anything?
Sure. I feel good. I always feel good. Like that poem we learned in school. Life is pretty, life is fun. I am all and all is one.
You don't get it.
Get what? What are you talking about?
You really don't. You can't. You can't understand anything.
I gotta go, Marilyn. Goodbye.
I have to get out of here.
You're number 14, aren't you?
Yes. Do you like 14s?
I do now. Have you had lunch yet? I was just on my way to the 22nd floor.
That's amazing. So was I.
Working a long shift today?
Till 7. Then I'm free.
That's great. Say, have you seen the Holo Lounge yet? If you like, I was thinking we could...
Which is the way out? I can't remember. Must be those 2 doors at the end. Mother?
What's that?
Is that my mother on the gurney?
Is your mother pregnant?
No.
Then your mother must be at number 12. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
What are you doing in your hospital gown?
I was just looking for the nurse.
You better stay in your room. Push the button by the bed. The nurse will be along.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you. The double doors. This has to be the way. Hello? What is this place? Somebody?
Hello, my dear.
We've been expecting you.
Dr. Rex? Where am I? What?
This is an operating room.
No!
No need to run. Sooner or later, everyone decides to be beautiful.
What number have you chosen?
No, please, please!
Ah, Mrs. Cubero. Val. Just in time.
Is it all over, Doctor?
All over.
Is she okay?
She's fine. You'll see for yourself.
I've been so worried the last few days. She seemed in such a state.
It's as I told you. Occasionally, a young person has difficulty adjusting to the idea. It always works out fine in the end. It never fails. A complete self-contained procedure.
Mother! Val!
You see? What did I tell you?
Look at me, Mother. Look at me.
Marilyn?
Well, what do you think?
You're beautiful. Simply beautiful.
Wow, I love your long legs.
And the nicest part of all, Val, now I look just like you and Mother.
Turn around so I can see you.
Do you like my makeup? They even gave me some high heels. Of course, I'll need a new dress to go with my new look.
Yes, yes you will. Come along, Marilyn. We'll do some shopping on the way home. Then we'll have a party, and all your friends can come over. You're going to have so many new friends from now on.
I know. Isn't it exciting?
Portrait of a young lady in love for the first time with herself. Improbable? Perhaps. But in an age of plastic surgery, bodybuilding, an infinity of cosmetics, and an obsession with appearance, let us hesitate to say impossible. These and other blessings, some of them decidedly mixed, may await us in the not-too-distant future, or at least a future to be found in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Number 12 Looks Just Like You, starring Bonnie Somerville and Charles Shaughnessy, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by John Tomerlin from a story by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Mike Starr, Linda Reiter, Rebecca Spence, David Darlow, Nick Sandys, Nina LaSalle's, Tom McElroy, Rick Arthur, Joby Cerny, Fernette Lebo, and Terry Lopez. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrell. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.